All right, folks, one sec, bear with me here. The audio also might be a bit different because I am in a different room. Hang on. Just a moment. Oh, I don't sound echoey, do I, Short Stack Goblin? How funny would it be if Trump and Putin had a falling out over Maduro? That would actually be very funny. I'm sure that Zelensky is crossing his fingers right now. Hello, welcome to my spare bedroom / office, which is now my studio. It's, yeah. And as you can see, I got a lot of tech crap. Like, this is an old ass laptop. Yeah, I've got a lot of tech crap. Imagine if Trump tries to bag Khamenei next. Oh geez, I don't think that would work as easily. Bedroom / office. I know what industry. Well, it's this the apartment's a two-bedroom apartment, and so I turned and what I was when I still had my tech support job and I worked from home, this was the office that I worked out of. So I kind of just very quickly set the laptop up in here and another monitor hooked up to it. So yeah, and I've also installed Linux on the laptop because I fucking hate Windows so goddamn much. I hate it. I hate it. And I was tired of it not working. For once, Vosh wasn't ranting about Israel last night. Chase, I saw that when all this was going down, Vosh was live, but you mentioned that he still managed to make it about Israel somewhat. Is that what happened? I'm not sure if Hamanai still exists. Wait, is it Hamanai or Khomeini? No, the Khomeini was the first guy. I don't know. Um, Maybe the Somali daycare thing is about preparing to kidnap Bahre. That would be okay. Wait, Bahre's dead. Bahre died in 1995 of a heart attack after he got thrown out of power. You mean like whoever the hell is in there right now? I don't even know if the person that's in there really even necessarily matters. If it wasn't for certain multiplayer games not working on Linux, I would have switched by now. Oh yeah, wait, which games? Because like I can play some games on this. I haven't really messed around with that yet though, because this laptop has two graphics cards in it. Foss just made a few comments about how Russia and Israel ruined international law. I mean, Russia ruined international law and China because they have veto on the Security Council, and together they make the UN useless. Although honestly, let's be honest, America made the UN useless too, because if they refused to do anything in Bosnia when they were trying to institute the safe havens in places like Srebrenica, and it was the countries like America that were like, whoa, 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 we can't actually do anything. We need to, not. Let's just make it a safe area instead. And it was like this watered down crap that wound up like, the UN is so useless, and I have no faith in them at all. Yeah, or Rwanda. Yeah, they screwed that up too. I don't know as much about that. Well, actually, I kind of do, because the guy who was in charge of the peacekeepers there was a guy named Romeo Dallaire, and he's Canadian. And he really wanted to do something, but he couldn't because they wouldn't let him. They made a really good movie about that actually called Shake Hands with the Devil, like about his experiences there, or at least I thought it was pretty good. I believe the real Romeo Dallaire was like, I think he consulted on it. And he came and spoke at my university too, which was neat. It was interesting to hear about his different experiences. Bahre is dead? Wait, Hamza Abdul Bahre is not the... Wait, hold on. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Syed Bahre. Just a second. Are we talking about a different guy? Is the current president of Somalia also named Bahre? Because that would be very funny. Off topic, why the hell did Bibi recognize Somaliland? I don't know. Apparently there's a bunch of, like, maybe some of the Israelis will be able to tell us that. Wait. Okay, hold on. Oh my God, it's true. Hamza Abdi Bare is the president of Somalia. That's very funny. Because that the guy that I was, well, actually he's not, he's the prime minister. The president is Hassan Sheikh Mohammed. So I don't actually know like who is more. I think the president's the more important one. The president of Somalia was the infamous guy was Saya Bare, who was the guy who he like genocided the Izaks in Somaliland, and he was the guy who caused a whole bunch of problems, and he was like a brutal dictator basically. He ruled Somalia as a military junta. I love that word, junta. Hello, Speedy Taco. Bahrain, New York finance. He wasn't a president. Yeah, you're right. He was. He was just a he was yeah, he was a military dictator. He came in a military coup, and he started a war, and then he brutally repressed like during the Civil War. And after he lost that war, a bunch of guys tried to throw him out. Where crossed into Ethiopia and tried to burn it. Yeah, that was during the Ogaden War when he was trying to take over the Ogaden region because he wanted to unite all the Somalis um, under one flag. He uh, he figured that he wanted and but he also said he was anti-tribal, so he was and he was a Marxist Leninist, so he was like, I too can be Tito and do what Tito did in Yugoslavia, um, except not quite the same, really. Yeah. Okay. So we are going to watch the Trump press conference, um, most of it anyway. But first, let me see if I can get these to work so that I can walk around because we're going to listen to it. But I have to grab some things because I'm still setting this up. And it'll be easier if I can just walk around the apartment while I'm wearing these lovely earbuds. Um, will it just connect me to these? That would sure be lovely. Connection failed. Of course not. Oh, also Hassan found out about Lernerbox trying to find out if he was wearing Israeli shoes by asking in the Discord, and he talked about it. I'm sure you guys have all seen the clip, but I want to watch it because it was really funny. It was really, really funny. Um, yeah, one of Toby's messages was up in there too. Oh, okay. All right. Well, if you guys haven't seen it yet, that's awesome because that means that we can talk about it and that's going to be fucking fun. Um, but obviously, we have some actual news to get to. And I also want to or I also want to talk about Mamdani's executive orders as well because he did some kind of, I would argue, yikesy thing. Oh, apparently people were saying based on a picture that Hassan was wearing shoes that were made in or that were being sold in Israel or that were made in Israel. Yeah, Spider did share the clip, Chase, but I went and found the VOD, or rather, no, I think it was linked actually in the mod chat, and I went and listened. But yeah, basically it was just people were trying to see whether or not Hassan was being a hypocrite again. Um like if he was once again using products that were on the BDS list, because if so, that would be very funny. And also, I want to talk about Mamdani's. I believe Mamdani did two executive orders. One of them made the left mad, and then the other one didn't, which I thought was very funny. Okay, all right, all right. Let's go here. Oh, and we've got the indictment here of Maduro. They unsealed it. I I can't wait to see. So one thing that I want to know is like how much of this is even true, because that people were people were saying, or that Trump has been saying a bunch of stuff about Maduro for quite a while now, like about this notion that he is sending drugs to the United States, and also about this, and also that he's sending like I think it's Trende Aragua, those guys to the United States, um, and all of that, like, and that this is purposeful. I don't know if that's true, but yeah. And then yeah, so that's That's kind of like what's happening. Oh, also, I went on Destiny's stream a couple days ago, so that was cool. You know, and since Destiny isn't live right now, if any DGGers are in the chat, hello, welcome. I don't have a problem with you guys. For the most part, generally, I think DGG is okay. Obviously, there's some idiots in there, as there is with every community. I jumped into Destiny's stream right when you were talking about Vosh. Yeah, when I went on to Destiny's stream, I went on to talk to him about that thing I said that I wanted to talk to him about, which was the Nazism versus communism, and if he thinks they're the same thing. Hello, Noonian Star. Oh, you're a DGGer. Hello, DGGL. Yeah, as you know, like I've already made my opinion clear. Obviously, I don't like what Destiny did with the Pixie stuff. I'm not happy about that. And I do think that I think that I think the lawsuit is, and the fact that he lost all his friends, I think that's his punishment for that, and just for generally being a stupid, reckless schooner, which is largely how I kind of feel about what he did. I don't have the same narrative as the rest of the anti fans, but yeah, I'm not gonna like roll in that too much. Queeman is going to make a hit piece on you. Wait, is he actually, or are you just saying that, Chase? Because I know he talked about me on his stream. Or rather, he reacted to my conversation with Pisco, and that resulted in him, or in that's where all those snarkers came from that were here the night Loner Box was on. But yeah, we banned those people. I'm not interested in engaging in that sphere. So yeah, we're not gonna do that because I have no desire. I just want to get on with my content, and I don't want to deal with any of those people. I think they are insane. Spoiler for you, and it could be a thing to watch later, but at 4 EST, he is trying to debate Asmon viewers, or mentioning is trying to. Oh, or Mutner is trying to. Oh, yeah, I know. I heard about that last night. Yeah, at 4 o'clock, Destiny's going to try to debate Asmon viewers. I might, like, maybe we'll tune in for that and listen a bit and see if anything comes of that. I don't know if any of those guys are going to come. Asmon Gold is a very stupid man. I believe that I did a tweet actually, or I did do a tweet the other day. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Twitter.com. Am I even logged into Twitter on this? This is a new Linux installation, so I'm still like setting everything up. But I was very pleased when I saw that basically I can play all my Windows games. And I don't even have to like move them. I can just play them from the Windows drive that's in this computer already, which is pretty nice. You just said Destiny doesn't deserve public execution like the end of Braveheart, so I think that means Queen hates you now. I mean, they all do. I don't care. Like, I'm just gonna carry on, and I am just gonna ignore all of those people because I do not like. It is a waste of time engaging with any of them, and I'm not interested. Like we saw how they like the kinds of people they are the other night when Lonerbox was on my stream. All they wanted to do was concern troll him because he didn't hate Destiny hard enough, which by the way is insanely parasocial considering like the impact that this has had on Lonerbox's life. You know, like the fact that he probably considered Destiny a friend, and Destiny did this bad thing to someone who like he cares about and who is also his friend. Like it's so like to like turn around and be like, oh no, you need to be talking about this all the time and you have to share our narrative and you have to say the same shit that we do, or otherwise you are placating the person who like betrayed someone that you care about. And if you don't, like, then you're like the parasocial, it's just insane. Anyway, yeah, no, we're done with that. Also, Toby, if any of those people show up in chat or whatever, you may ban. Or like if you know any of them, or if any of them are alts or whatever. Obviously, like, don't ban people who come in here trying to say stuff about about like politics or Israel Palestine or whatever. Yeah. Oh no, Chase, all these people think, honestly, I think my all-time favorite Destiny troll, besides actually, no, it's tied, because the one where he, the one where he tricked everyone into thinking that he had only just recently been banned from Twitch, and it made it onto Fox News. That was good. And then the other one where he pretended like he was in a Discord server called the Julumni, um, and that he was like getting paid by like Israel people and Ben Shapiro, and people took both of these. That was those were good. Anyway, yes, the war in South America. Um, yeah, all right, let's listen to Trump.
Late last night.
What? Hold on. Play all audio on this device.
And early today, at my direction. Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault.
Let me know if the audio's okay. War, it was a law enforcement operation. Yeah, I know, that's what he says. That's the crazy part, right? Um, by the way, just so you know, I listened to this already. Although I did miss parts of it because that I listened to it while I was in the shower. I got one of those waterproof speakers. Um, but yeah, now we're going to listen to it at 1.5 speed. Thank God. I might even bump it up to 2 because Trump talks really slow. Stream is lagging a little on my end. Is it lagging for anybody else? I'm not. Oh, wait. The stream's current bitrate is higher than they recommended. 6,800 kbits. What are you doing? Okay, hold on. Just a second. Let me change that. There we go. That's better. That should be what it should be at. I have no idea why OBS felt the need to do that. Also, hey, 42 people. Maybe I'll go to GGG and sneakily embed myself in their chat. Want more viewers. Although they're all watching agenda-free TV, so maybe, actually, you know what? I won't do that. Did you all vote in the Learner Box Awards, by the way, that Spider had? I already voted, but I can put the I can put the thing in. He slurs badly too. Oh damn. All right, anyway, let's go. The Trump vid is choppy for me. Okay, well, let me know if it still is, because I fixed the bit rate.
Assault, and it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it,
really? Was it in all of American history? Damn, this guy loves to exaggerate.
We've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites. Notice
these are all things that Trump did. He can't like give anybody else credit. He can't mention Osama bin Laden, even though that was also a job well done. I think it's so funny that everyone watches these press conferences through Lookner now, like he's the only source. Yeah, it's because he always has the best audio. It's because everybody else's audio is terrible. By the end, he sounds like he has a mouthful of peanut butter. Ooh, this should be interesting. Because I didn't catch that. Like I said, I watched this when I was in the shower, and like the audio was really low because I was listening to it on the Bulwark stream instead of through Mr. Lookner. It wasn't a war, it was a blitzkrieg. I mean, like, whatever, sure, I guess they did a good job, but it's just... it's just silly, you know? Also, if my mic is peaking, let me know because it's going into the red on OBS and I'm not sure what the deal with that is. Actually, wait. Maybe it's because I should turn that down. Okay, that's probably better. Lookner, the legend. Oh yeah, Lookner does a really, really good job. Oh, by the way, guys, I have a Patreon as well. If any of you all are interested, I'll just link it because I am not yet monetized on YouTube. And if you have not subscribed, please subscribe. I am getting there. All of this drama crap from the other night and my appearance on Destiny stream got me some more subs. And I think we're at like 383 now or something like that. So yeah, I just need to get to 500 and then I can apply for monetization. Did he claim to invent the term blitzkrieg? That's the thing he does a lot. There is no way that if he tried to say, actually, no, I can just imagine it. It's just like a thing called blitzkrieg. They call it blitzkrieg. You've never seen anything like it. Yeah, something like that, probably. I think that that's probably what he, the kind of thing that he enjoys. Okay. Oh yeah, we did drop some frames before, but we should be good now. He missed the opportunity to say, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. That's true. Ryan Macbeth loved it and said we definitely did it because of oil, because according to him, none of their refiners were. I mean, we'll get to that because I did hear him say that, and I think it's insane that he thinks that it's okay to go in and knock down that like Trump thinks it's okay to just go in and knock down a dictator. Can you cut your conversation out of Destiny's VOD? I don't want to find it in Destiny's VODs. He's always playing Ark now. Yeah, absolutely. I can actually ask him if it's okay for me to actually wait. I don't know why I should. Do I even need to ask him if it's okay for me to do that? I don't actually know. Apparently it's not necessary, but it just feels weird to do it. YouTube is not receiving enough video. Wait, what? Now it's, what's going on? Oh, there we go. Now it's okay. Geez, OBS, stop. By the way, I'm on like Wi-Fi in here, so although I might have to try connecting. It might be necessary. But I shouldn't have to. Like I should be able to do this on Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi is really good. I can go ahead and cut it if you want and send it in the Discord. Oh, if you wanna send a timestamp in the Discord, Speedy Taco, that would be great. It like for anybody else who wants to watch it. I don't know if I mean I guess I could upload it on my channel. I wasn't streaming. It was very impromptu. I was just listening to Destiny's stream and then he did a segment where he talked about me and then I friended him on Discord and he accepted my friend request and I came on to talk to him. So yeah. Ryan, some days Palestinians are going to go without food, unfortunately, Macbeth. Oh God, Ryan Macbeth is he just got kind of like completely, yeah, that was not good. Okay, anyway, Trump, let's go.
Just recently, in an operation known as Midnight Hammer, all perfectly executed and done.
Okay, this is the last time I'll pause, but I just want to say, I don't know if you guys heard about this or not, but during Trump's first term, there was a botched military operation that they tried to do like into North Korea. And you'll notice, of course, that he does not mention that here. He probably just never acknowledges it. There was, I think, an article in the New York Times about it. I'll try to like look it up to talk about it later, but I did think of it because I thought it was funny because Trump's sitting here talking about how amazing everything that he's ever done is.
No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. It's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look...
Can't wait to look at that indictment and see what kind of evidence they supposedly have. Anyway, I'm still listening to Trump. I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab some things because, like I said, I'm still getting set up in here, and also, you know, enjoy my pile of clutter. Like, yeah. Yes, that is a 2007 iMac, by the way. I'll be right back. Why didn't they try him in Florida alongside Destiny? Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. I mean, I'm surprised that Kash Patel hasn't. I think JD Vance wanted Destiny arrested because of some of the stuff that he was saying in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination, even though Destiny was never named. He did mention narco-terrorism. I missed it the first time. Yeah, he did. I don't even know if is narco-terrorism even like an actual charge that you can charge someone with? I'll have to look all that up. I'm not overly familiar. I was going to say, maybe I should message Pisco so I can ask him questions about all this. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, we're just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far, with capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have. And you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with...
Okay. I was not expecting that he was going to say, okay, we're just going to run it now when I was listening. Like I was not expecting that he would do that. Because that prior to this, I think I don't know, I think it was Rubio or someone else had said that once he'd been arrested, once Maduro had been arrested, no further action was taken. No one expects the Trump takeover. Yeah. Could you explain to me the fuck? Okay, thanks. I was like, oh shit, it's on. And then, oh shit, it's over. What now? No more drugs, LOL. And then I was like, wait, is he reading instructions? Oh, are you talking about the Trump press conference? Yeah, like the press kept saying alleged strikes. Well, yeah, that's because that, I mean, this was what I was asleep when all this happened. Like, I wasn't like awake. Because I'm not like you crazy people. I have a normal sleep schedule, okay? But I didn't like hear. Hello, Bomber. Barry Weiss working her magic. From what I understand, like, yeah, initially there was explosions reported in Caracas, I think. And yeah, they kept saying alleged strikes because they didn't know that the strikes were happening. Oh, hello, SDA. By the way, if you have thoughts on this and want to come in, or if you would like to react to Trump's press conference with me, feel free. He shouldn't have a coup he couldn't have a coup in America, so he decided to have a coup in the Americas. Yeah, I mean, it's just so. I mean, we can keep watching the speech. I've already like heard a bunch of it. Also, he goes off on like a dumb tangent about how he just like makes up a bunch of crap about like the about crime and how he cut it down in America and stuff. But it's insane. It's all crazy. Hold on. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay. This is fucking retarded. Deposing Maduro could have been a part of a broader geopolitical strategy, but they aren't smart enough to do it. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's interesting, SDA, because the other day Mina actually came on and she was talking to like Lonerbox. She came on Loner Stream and she was talking about how Venezuela is actually like aligned with China, and China probably has some assets in there. And so if the United States were to go to war with China, that would be bad. Or rather, it would like Venezuela might be used as a staging ground for attacks on the United States. And so she thought maybe that's what this was about, but I don't think that's what this is about. I don't think that this has anything to do with that, because these guys are not that intelligent. But yeah, like potentially it could have been. But you know, you're right, of course. I mean, these people are way too stupid to have done any of that. Let me just get logged into Discord here. Trump.
With lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, many, many Americans, hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice.
There is no risk to a direct confrontation with China. Oh, you don't think that China invading Taiwan is going to result in America going to war with China? Because everyone's been saying it. If you have a different opinion, that would be interesting, because literally everybody is saying it is a foregone conclusion that in 2027 that invasion is happening.
Justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now they're on a ship. They'll be heading to ultimately New York, and then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over in particular the United States, Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And he did indeed. They were in Colorado.
Sure he
they took
did.
over apartment
Sure he
complexes.
did.
They cut the fingers off people if they called
Oh
police.
my God.
They were
He's still on. Is he gonna say that they're eating that they ate people's pets next?
They were brutal, but they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete, and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago, a little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're walking their daughters. They're walking their.
By the way, crime was going down. So this is not true. This is all very, very silly. Okay. People are in the waiting room. Hello? You know, you can just come in. You didn't need to sit in the waiting room, sir.
I'm a vampire. I have to be invited in.
I see. Well, you have been invited in.
Just like all other neocons, I'm a geopolitical vampire. You have to invite me into your country before I blow things up.
Are you actually? I'm just kidding. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you
That's
are.
what people describe me as. Okay, labels are generalities, right? To convey a certain set of principles and baseline or like overarching beliefs. But yeah, people that talk with me call me a neocon on foreign policy, right? So.
Well, you did say you can justify any of America's wars.
Yeah, not this one.
Really?
I can't justify this right now.
I was gonna say that I could probably.
I can justify deposing Maduro under certain conditions, but these are not them's not be the conditions.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. I mean, like, honestly, I was gonna say maybe there are other things that I could potentially justify.
Like the Holocaust?
What? Stop. Jesus. We're live right now. You're gonna need to rein in those edgy jokes, sir.
Well, it's not that edgy.
Yeah, you're right. It was
obvious.
not, but
anyway.
It was so nice of Trump to end this war. So have you listened to this Trump's speech?
Not start to finish. I don't know why I would. They don't actually say anything of importance. I know you pointed out that he said the US will run everything, but that's just not possible.
Yeah, that's what he said. And he also said that
assuming that there's going to be no legal challenges to this strike or the MDU or military authorization of use of force or whatever. Trump has 90 days and 3,000 Marines to run everything in Venezuela if he wants, but I don't, that's not a lot of time. That's not a lot of personnel.
Oh yeah, do you know about the drug stuff too? Because my understanding is that Venezuela, that's not, most of the drugs don't come from Venezuela, they come from other countries, and I'm not even sure.
Venezuela probably has a higher percentage of the smuggling, but not like the manufacturer.
Okay, yeah, so they don't make the drugs.
I don't think there's one. I think there's certain groups or areas of South America have a parity. There's no like one like, oh, 90% of the drugs come from Venezuela, but it's still a lot.
Okay. Sinaloa. It's all from. I mean, I know that they were like they're like
Sinanola.
Sinaloa. I know that they were based in other ones. Yeah.
No, Sinanola right now is a fucking hellscape after we took out El Chapo.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He was. Wait, is Sinaloa? Is that in Mexico? Eating and burping in the mic. Oh yeah. Try to.
Well, I'm done now, motherfucker.
It's fine. Um, in any case,
Yeah,
yeah,
Sinaloa is the Mexican cartel that's over to the east of Mexico City, I'm pretty sure. Or is
yeah.
Sinaloa? Yeah, Sinaloa. Yeah. That wasn't uh what's his name? Escobar, Pablo Escobar. What was his cartel called?
Well, that's a good question. I imagine. I feel like
Pablo Escobar cartel.
Sinaloa.
Medellin. He was Medellin. Sinaloa, something like that. Who cares?
Yeah. Colombia is worse, but Trump likes its leader. Oh, well, I mean, that's apparently Trump also likes Chile's leader. Oh, Chapo Guzman is. Oh, that's El Chapo.
El
Yeah.
Chapo. Yeah, El Chapo. He was the insanely brutal binding figure that kept a lot of the Sinaloan cartel families in check, and then once we took him out or arrested him or whatever, that it all turned into massive bloodshed and violence. It's probably stabilized by now because it's been like 8 or 9 years, but still worse than it was before we took him out.
Yeah. Okay. There was some other. I'm trying to think. Was there other stuff in here that he was saying? But it was mostly just like the oil stuff too. Like the idea that the United States was just gonna come in and like I guess take the oil, or
I
something.
mean,
Yeah.
yeah, how?
I I don't know. Apparently they were going to apparently like the oil companies are going to handle everything or something, or they're going to pay for it all. But I mean it doesn't even really make much sense that I mean I'm assuming that what happened, I didn't like look this up specifically, but I can, is that when Chavez came in, I'm guessing he nationalized the oil industry, and he
Yep.
probably did not do a great job of running it, and Venezuela's economy tanked, and then
Well, he didn't run it at all. He just doled it out to his buddies.
oh yeah, okay, that the classic story.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, so that and but now like Trump is saying that Venezuela stole America's oil or something, or like I guess which is silly because it's not America's oil. I think it's just because the United States the American companies I guess built those oil refineries or some such thing. But
Yeah, well,
yeah.
they invested in them, yes,
Yeah, but that doesn't
but
mean that like
but
yeah.
but but that infrastructure investment is so old at this point. The initial value of it is massively different than the current value, which is much lower.
Yeah, okay. I mean that also makes sense too. Like it's just I don't know, it's dumb. It is funny though how like forward and upfront he is being about like this being one of the reasons for that, like since people claimed that the United States went into Iraq for oil, and I know that that's not like really true. I think
That's
that
not true at all.
well, yeah, I mean, or it's not true in that way. Like I think like apparently from what I
It
had
would
read,
be more true for Venezuela than it would be for Afghanistan. Why would we try and take oil from the Middle East and transport trillions of dollars worth of military equipment to do so halfway across the world?
Yeah, no, I know. That was not the main reason for the invasion. That wasn't even I think that it had more to do with they thought that it was in America's interest, and obviously like
It
oil
was.
access was part of that interest, but it wasn't like but America didn't go in there so that they could steal the oil and
But
and
you could
like
all, I mean,
yeah.
yeah, with that level of analysis, you could say America went into Afghanistan and Iraq to protect poppy fields to fuel the American opioid crisis because we had American soldiers defending massive opium fields, you know.
Oh yeah, I know. Well, I'm not saying that that was. I'm just saying like I think there was a paper that I found that was saying that it was a factor, but it wasn't in the way that like people like to describe it as
Like a
like
maybe
they
a
went in
10
there
to
so
15%
Halliburton could
factor.
get all the contracts and yeah.
Mhm.
Um,
Halliburton's based.
God damn it. This is driving me nuts because he can't physically accomplish this. Oh yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a
No,
shit show.
this could have been a part of an effective long-term geopolitical strategy to improve our trade and geopolitical relationship with South America and stabilize their economies and social issues. But it instead they just want to blow things up. Like what should have happened is as soon as the Trump administration came in, instead of pissing off everybody with tariffs and flip-flopping on Ukraine and being obnoxious dickweeds about everything, they should have immediately gone to work building um, serious geopolitical relationships with all of the other South American countries, like Argentina, like Chile, like Mexico, like Grenada, all of them, and just put people in there, advisors, even give like military training and cooperation and exchanges of technology, and do that for like 2.5, 3 years, and then at the end of that, try and get them to point all of their guns at Venezuela. For them to go in and either support the deposition or depose them themselves. Um, but
Yeah,
no,
and
we just want to
presumably.
blow shit up.
Oh, the other thing that struck me about this too, and I know like maybe you might say that America doesn't care about this or whatever, but is the fact that Trump didn't say anything about democracy or bringing democracy back to Venezuela or them having elections. It sounds like instead what he wants is the current vice president who was sworn in as president for her to just be like America's puppet and to just do what America says, even though she was part of the Maduro regime. Which is kind of yeah, so but I mean I guess that tracks, right? Because I mean the US doesn't usually probably like to or want to have like elections um if they if because then people might vote for the wrong person, but I don't know. But I mean, I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on that, or do you think that that's something that they ought to have done?
I tuned out because fucking Admiral Gibbs is now going to try and defend himself in Whitcourt about me calling him out about being a LARPing rancher.
Oh, wait, are you going to talk to that guy?
No,
Oh, damn, you should. It'd be good content. Admiral Gibbs is I don't know, he's not a real
fat
person.
retard.
Yeah, he's not.
No,
I
everything.
I mean like I was in that discussion with him and he just didn't I don't know. He basically contributed nothing to the DEI discussion on Wix panel. He was just there
I don't
to
know. I mean, I responded to like right now, the Trump administration is on track to cause several percentage points worth of damage in GDP growth over the next decade or several decades
hmm.
because in my opinion, international law does not mean diddly fucking squat. Okay, like unless the global coalition or the global order of nations that tries to abide by international law all of a sudden decides to take decisive military action to enforce it against a country like the United States, it doesn't mean diddly squat. What does matter is the international norms that underpins that international law, which are long-standing and respected by many countries, except now the United States. The United States is doing nothing to respect the international norms that it helped establish and outline and maintain. Um, which I've already ranted about that before, about John Paul Jones and Stephen Decatur and the Barbary Pirates and yada yada yada.
Yeah, yeah, the fact that they basically stopped caring, yeah, that they stopped caring about international maritime law. which America helped
Yeah.
establish. Yeah, that they were
Well,
making a
it,
mockery
or
of it.
norms, yeah.
Yeah.
But like, so like the bad part here is the United States, in my opinion, is making the exact same mistake that the British Empire made, that caused its eventual decline and like dissolution. Is that they are establishing this notion or idea of sovereignty, like national sovereignty, which under a definition only means you have sovereignty if we deem you militarily capable of resisting us. We only respect your borders, your norms, your agreements if you can like force us to in any capacity, or at the very least fend us off or attack us. So like the last time a serious intervention was done against a country committing a crime within its own national sovereignty borders was the Yugoslav conflict. And that was to intervene in a genocide, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not to intervene in what is essentially like police action, like drug
Um,
cartels,
yeah.
trafficking,
Although
manufacturing.
even that was like NATO. Oh yeah, the United States did that and NATO did that. But I
The
mean
United
like
States, yeah, well, the United
yeah,
States did it. NATO was
yeah,
not. NATO,
basically.
well, NATO still largely is, but at that time was the United States. But
Yeah, and that was because the UN basically proved useless, and they failed to do the stuff that they were supposed to do in Yugoslavia. Unfortunately, the
I
US
mean,
didn't
yeah,
do anything in Rwanda. Um, I don't know if that
we
was
don't care about brown people, Galindo. We don't care about brown people.
yes, yeah, I know,
Cut
I
down the
know.
tall trees, kill the Tutsi cockroaches.
Yep. Unfortunately, that is what. Actually, I can't remember if that was before or after the U.S. tried to intervene in Somalia, or if Somalia was the thing that happened after Rwanda because they felt really bad, and then they were reluctant to intervene in Yugoslavia because of what happened in Somalia. I think that was because it did take the U.S. a
Well,
while
remember,
to
I'm
intervene.
not. I'm not talking just about intervention. I'm talking about violating the idea of national sovereignty in
Yes.
its
Yeah.
principle, based on, for some credible justification.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the
Like
best.
right now, the credible justification for our intervention in Venezuela is not even violation of international law, is not even the real thing that matters, which is a detriment or like a boon to our strategic interests. Like we have no strategic interest in deposing Maduro in the current environment. But everything we are like already have done and are doing now is priming the rest of the world to organize in a manner that will cause several percentage points of lost growth to the United States economy over the next ensuing decades. It is very bad. It yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, I know. I mean, honestly, I feel like I'm still in denial about the fact that America is not going to be the top dog in the world in terms of like leading the free
No,
world
we'll still
in
be
terms
top
of foreign
dog.
policy. Oh yeah, you'll still
We'll
be
still
top
be
dog, but
just
you're not going to help people
our
out
sphere of
anymore.
well, no, we will, but our sphere of influence is going to be dramatically reduced from basically 75% of the globe to about 50% of the globe. It's pretty upsetting.
Yeah, and it seems like Europe is not going to be one of those spheres, or is not like America just doesn't care anymore based on what's happening in Ukraine. And I don't know that the Europeans have come to terms with that yet. It feels like they haven't, and that they're
When you say the Europeans, the problem is European democracies are kind of retarded, but yeah, European civilians haven't even remotely started to begin to think about it. And the European leadership, however, very much realizes what an oh fuck they're in and is hamstrung by the difference in their apathetic population and their absolute essential needs and desires for future leadership. But yeah.
yeah. Um, it it's very unfortunate that all this stuff is going on, right? Like I I don't know, but it
Like
seems
the
like
best, like any fix to the current problem that the Trump administrations have created, one, are not going to last any longer than his presidency, and two, are only going to cause successively more problems, like just a whole bunch of different other problems caused by the fix, caused by the previous issue, until people forget what the original problem is. I think the best thing he could do right now is deploy all 3,000 or get an agreement with Argentina and Grenada to deploy all 3,000 Marines as military advisors and train and provide intelligence for and enable either of those two countries to fund, support, direct some kind of group within Venezuela to take the reins of power that's more amenable to the United States, but that's not going to happen.
of course it's not. Oh, hello. Hello, sir. I don't really have I got to get this room set up more so that people will be able to see the cat better. I need to get him a place to be sleeping so that he can like be behind me like Kaya is on Hassan's stream. Except I'm not gonna put a shot collar on him.
Cope, 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 cope.
Aw. Now he's just gonna
Also, I
chill here.
really hate this ever amorphous legalese battle going on where we can basically define any action as anything else. Like people will say, "Oh, well, these are narco terrorists." It's like, can we work within the confines of the definition of terrorism? What political goal is attempting to be achieved by by trafficking drugs to the United States for profit?
Yep.
Hello.
Oh, hey, it's Short Stack
Uh,
Goblin.
oh,
Yes.
and then they say, "Oh, well, it's piracy," and we're like, "Okay, so it's piracy. What other ships, persons, vessels, or installations are these pirates attempting to board, capture, damage, or destroy?" Uh, so it's not piracy. Gotcha. Like,
I mean, is narco terrorism even a real legal term?
no, it's entirely fabricated.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Which is kind of, but they're going to charge Maduro with narco terrorism, apparently. I have the
I
indictment
mean,
here. Oh, hello,
I mean,
Short Stack Goblin.
he is like, hello. He is like under a bunch of sanctions. I'm sure that in the meantime they will come up with something. Um, I have something for you, Kalinda, or I have something for you and your chat because you're autists like me, but I'm too lazy and unambitious to actually go look it up. One of the, you know how Trump always has like these photo ops in which he signs his executive orders with a black sharpie because he's a child.
Yes.
So one of the Venezuela executive orders, like a few weeks or maybe up to a couple of months ago, that he had one of these things. He was like surrounded, instead of his normal entourage, he was surrounded by a bunch of people in white cowboy hats, very Texan looking. That at the time I thought, why the fuck is a bunch of like Texan
Caballos.
oil tycoons just standing around Trump for this shit? And I thought, okay, I'm just being paranoid, QAnon brain or something. This is nothing. I'm not gonna look it up. But my feeling at the time was like, this is like the random people that are whispering in his ear about how Venezuela is evil and we should make sure that the oil from Venezuela gets to Texas. And now Maduro just got kidnapped. So I think that it would be good to go find that photo op and find out who the fuck was there.
Oh,
But I'm
if
too
you
lazy to do it
can.
myself.
Oh, damn. Oh, okay. So you
Yeah,
don't know
I am
when the.
actually just outsourcing this to you guys.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna make us look for the press conference that he did where he
Exactly.
signed that executive order. because he live streams every executive order signing that he does.
Correct. That's
I
my
see.
I am giving you the scoop. Okay.
Thanks. Also, listen, SDA, this is Short Stack Goblin. This is the guy that was
Oh yeah.
that
Did
you guys were
I mean,
sniping at. You were sniping at each other last time you were here.
do you look up Portuguese military defeats yet? I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot.
I don't remember our conversation. Was it a textual chat?
No, I was just giving you shit from chat and about like how
Oh yeah,
the
yeah,
US
yeah.
just fails at every war.
It doesn't, but
Generally, I measured my military accolades of my country by how often we had a war that we were outnumbered and outdecked, and we still won. You keep outnumbering and outdecking other places
let's check the
and
dates
failing to win.
Let's check the dates on those victories. Oh, pre 1900.
Oh my
Oh, I'm
God.
sorry, your country didn't exist at the time, so
my country didn't exist in 1796 when the Constitution was formally adopted.
Oh, you mean when France,
Yeah, how
the
about that
Netherlands,
time?
and Spanish gifted the country to you? This is why
How
you
about
mean?
that time that we basically entirely eliminated the Barbary pirate problem, not just for ourselves but for your country as well, who was
I have no
deciding
idea
to
what
pay
this is.
them off. The
I have no
Barbary
idea what this is.
pirates who ravaged all of the Mediterranean for decades.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't trade in the Mediterranean. Fuck that.
Okay, well, Portugal, Spain, and England were just paying them off exorbitant amounts of money and actually encouraging them to attack American ships. And America went in and put a stop to it for not just ourselves, but everybody else as well. And we got all our money back.
What you're saying is that we were paying them off to attack you guys. I don't know about this, but what you're saying is that we were attacking you and you put a stop to it. This is
I mean, they were
arguably
still attacking you even with your tribute, but
I highly
European
doubt
nations
this was...
funding piracy, name a more common duo, you know?
Yes, we are a pirate nation. What about it?
Oh wait, Portugal.
We made our fortune and empire out of piracy.
Oh, you guys were doing the privateer
from
shit?
The Muslims, of course. That doesn't count. If you do piracy to the Muslims, it doesn't count. Okay.
It was a Frenchman who kicked the tomb of Saladin and said, "Awake, Saladin! This consecrates the victory of the crescent or the cross over the crescent."
No, but I was giving you shit from chat before because.
Well, yeah. Neither. I mean, I don't have.
We were keeping. Kalina was away doing some shit, and we were keeping things entertained.
I was getting dinner.
Portuguese history. I just know that the Black Legend is no legend. It's absolute truth. I fucking hate Spain and the Spanish Empire.
But that's fine. They keep trying to invade us, and we keep fertilizing our soil with their blood. That's fine.
Look, I will personally contribute to a fund in which you enable the Castilians to rebel against Spain.
Shouldn't it be the other way around? The other people. You mean the Catalonians?
Catalonians, yeah, my bad.
Yes, the Castilians are the central government. You can add Catalonians, Basques, and Galicians. All three of them hate the Castilians.
I don't know. Bring back Franco. You know. Let's just
Trump also said Cuba was next, or he basically said that too. That was another thing he said in the press conference.
What's in our geopolitical interest? You're gonna force out this cute girl that works in the deli. She's already talking about moving to Spain with her family. Now you're gonna fucking go blow up Cuba.
To be fair, I think it was Rubio, not Trump himself.
No. Trump said something about they better be careful or something. And I mean, yeah, Rubio did, but essentially the signal was that Cuba's next.
I honestly think Rubio is the biggest, most spineless, cucked loser out of all of this. How do you do this transformation?
I was looking at him in the entire thing in the background.
He looks so miserable. He's so
there he is.
fucking miserable. He knows Like, it's gotta be that Rubio is on the Epstein tapes or something fucking a 6-year-old. Like, it's gotta be that way.
No,
He's
no, it's not
gotta
that.
be held blackmail.
I mean,
He's
Rubio would absolutely be pro invading Venezuela, pro invading Cuba. That's perfectly fine by Rubio. It's just it looks there, and I'm like, why do I have to work for this moron in front of me? I
it's
don't understand.
every time Rubio is like talks or you see him on camera during the Trump
So
administration, yeah, it looks like his soul has already left his, like he's just he's like a mindless husk obeying Trump's orders now because he has no, all of his principles are gone. And he's like, this is what I gave up in order to get here. This better be worth it. As he hopes that he can run for president in 3 years, and and he probably won't be able to because he's an establishment Republican, so that's not going to happen. But yeah, he does. He
every
always looks miserable.
I mean, to me, this entire administration, every single one of these motherfuckers are playing, are playing fucking dress up darling. They're like, they have this image in their mind of these strong, powerful men, and they just like are underneath their fancy suits and, military gear that they put on for photo ops. They've just got little pink panties with a chastity cage. Like, they really are just fakers. Everything about them.
It's true. It is true. They are. Oh, here he is.
Well, this is your people.
Executed this mission.
I'm not going to say
They're
anything because in 2 weeks I have elections, and I might end up electing a Trump-like person. It's
What,
not
in
out of the
Portugal?
cards. Yeah, we have a Trump wannabe running for president.
The
I don't
populism,
think you'll win,
it's
but
everywhere.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
how do you do a Trump wannabe other than mannerisms in Portugal? You got immigration issues. You
yeah,
got
it's immigration shit.
how many people are immigrating to Portugal from like North Africa or whatever, or refugee? It's more refugees, isn't it?
It's probably
No,
refugees
that's
from Ukraine, right?
no, not really. It's Brazil, Bangladesh, India, stuff like that. We had a very loose immigration policy recently.
Yeah,
So within our past 7 years, we went from 6% immigrants to like 14%, and it's very fast, and people get upset. And yeah,
yeah.
that's
I mean, honestly, I don't know enough about. I mean, I think that's probably is too high for Portugal, but like the United States. The United States historically has had around a 14% non-native population,
yeah. It's just it's a bit
but we
so.
have way more space. People who come to the United States are ready and willing to shirk their old identities to join into the coalition.
You guys got that
For us,
that
that's true,
awesome.
except for the Brazilians that think that we are the new colony of Brazil. I'm
Oh,
being not all of them, but I'm being honest. This is actually like a talking point on the Brazilian right now. They are a bit racist there, more than us, which is weird for the colony.
Well,
Actually, it's not. The US is the same with Britain. Never mind.
it's not like the same epistemological foundation as like American racism. It's literally like it's not like you're black, I hate you. It's you're the wrong color of brown, I hate you. You're like you're Colombian brown or you're Dominican brown, so you're a piece of
Yeah, a
shit.
little bit.
Yeah.
It's like I tend to say that in Europe we and I guess Brazilian got that from us. We are more xenophobic than racist. Your accent matters more than the color of your skin, and they have a bunch of memes about Portuguese people being dumb for like a few decades now. So
Well, I mean, the entire internet has made fun of Brazil for almost a fucking since its existence. Brazilian internet. Lol, 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 lol.
you know what?
look, I
I
am
do have
I
one
am very
thing.
proud of the fact that my child country, when their president tried to take over the government, they actually arrested him
There
instead
you
of
go.
what you
Yeah, I
guys
was
did.
just gonna say Brazil actually
It
went
took 3 years
after
for the fucking court to arrest
Bolsonaro,
him, but it was before the
and they put
election.
him in jail. I mean, it is kind of I feel like it must feel real
Bolsonaro did nothing
shitty.
wrong.
It must feel real shitty, SDA, that is a thing that happened with where
Yeah.
and America couldn't even fucking like it.
Especially because okay, this is one of the things that Brazilians say about us that always bother me because it was half true. Is Brazilians used to say the U.S. Got colonized by Britain and it became a superpower. Brazil got colonized by Portugal and we're a shithole. This is something that they used to say.
Well, yeah, I
But
mean,
now at least they fucking arrested Bolsonaro. Okay.
what was Portuguese historical relationship with the Spanish Empire? Were y'all like buddies? I know y'all probably weren't great buddies, but did y'all like work together more than say the French or the British?
It depends. So the Portuguese history
During
was
colonization, because my thesis about South America is
we had an agreement with them that so we had a line that we were not supposed to go west of it, and they were not supposed to
the
go
Pope
east.
drew, right?
Yeah. No, we drew it and we asked the Pope to confirm it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Brazil is like the west side
I
of
think
Brazil is
Brazil's
past that line,
doing
but initially that was the line.
well, like Brazil and the other Portuguese colonization are still doing better than Spanish ones, but they're still not like as good as the British ones. So you can at least got that. Like the Habsburg Spanish Empire was the most the Habsburgs, the Spanish Habsburgs and their consequences have been a disaster for South American countries. The socio-cultural, like intellectual inheritance that they got is just god fucking awful.
I don't know if that's true for all
Wait,
Spanish.
who's Brazilian bomber of
Spains.
doom? Short
like
short
what
sack
country?
goblin is
Was
No,
Chile
Portuguese.
like the only exceptions are those countries that had to go through a period of insane violence and bloodshed to transmogrify their like ideological
fine. Violence
foundations,
and
like
bloodshed
Chile.
is how you create a country. I know that you guys don't understand that.
No, I vote. What? Excuse me?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm being belligerent again. I can't help it. It's your accent. Where the fuck in the US are you from? You have something that's particularly snobbish about your accent.
Well, no, it's also just because I don't know why, but my mouth is not working. But I'm from Texas. I grew up metropolitan,
Really?
so I
Okay.
I don't have like that Texas twang or Southern drawl unless I say certain words like ain't
I
and
like
gonna and y'all.
I like Texan people. I know a couple.
Yeah.
Texas is a nice place with some crazy leaders.
That's fine. I've never been in the US. I've only been to Cali, and I guess slightly into Nevada. I drove around the Tahoe Lake.
The Salton Sea.
Salton Sea. What's that? I don't know what that is.
You said you drove around the lake or
Tahoe Lake.
Lake Tahoe. Lake Tahoe.
Lake
Yeah.
Tahoe. Yeah.
It sounds like you're saying Lake Taco.
I mean, you know. Okay.
I don't know. Actually, there is a good question about why Spanish South America didn't unify the same way that Brazil did.
Because
And
there was
how that fucked.
because there was no particularly, how do I say, there wasn't really a period of what you could call Spanish Enlightenment like there was in France and Ireland and England and the United States. Like the reformations that came to Spanish governance and society around technological development, religion, and all these other things came far too late. There's a saying about how the Spanish mined the silver of Tecnatilion, or whatever the fuck you want to say, Aztec Mayan thing, to enrich the pockets of the French and the Dutch. Their entire objective was hoarding shiny metals rather than developing new technologies, advancing their legal system, bringing about social and democratic changes, of any capacity, whereas the first people to make that jump were also the first to experience the miracle of industrial revolution, which would be England. But like since where was it 13 something or was it 16 something? Whenever you had the English like declarations of the rights of man against King John, and then later on you got your Magna Carta. Those were like the real underpinning starting points of like being able to launch a successful series of societies around the globe. But
Okay,
that's
guys. Sorry.
the topic.
Yeah, I wanna like I'm trying to think here if we want to like I think we've basically been over most of what was said in this press conference. I feel like
Yeah.
I imagine everybody has already seen or watched most of it. Basically like the other obviously very funny thing to me about this is the fact that every time any of these other people came up to speak, except for the general here, all the rest of these people, they had to like get the right amount of Trump glazing in, like the
Look, look,
the
look, look, look,
yeah,
look.
yeah, essentially. Yeah, they needed to suck him off real good and they just over yeah, it was it was very cringe. So cringe. Especially when Hegseth did it, I think he's probably the best at it. Although when Rubio did it, it was just uncomfortable.
Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation. United States. Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following.
I mean, just in a term, I'll let you go in a second. It's just like in a term of hindsight is 2020. We have no idea how right that person who paid for the billboard of George Bush that said "Miss me yet" was.
Wait, how long
I
ago
think
was that? Was that after
That
Trump
was
got
during
elected?
Obama's pres. No, that was in Obama's presidency. It was like 2009.
Oh, yeah. Well,
um,
I mean, yeah, it is funny because obviously when that guy paid for that, he was talking about Obama. But yeah, like I do miss that Republican Party, and I can't believe I'm saying this, like so much of this reminds me of like the Iraq stuff with like Dick Cheney. I truly believe we will be greeted as liberators and all this other shit, and it is except like
The thing I'm concerned about is I just finished watching. If you guys know who Adam Curtis is, he's hated and loved by a lot of different people. I enjoy him. You know, I've got my critiques or whatever, but he makes these really long form like documentaries about stuff. And they're not just long form, they're like globe spanning threads or spun threads of stories. Um, and one of the things at the very end they started to talk about was Clinton's reelection campaign and the guy, I can't remember the guy he hired or whatever, and the things they had to do to win that reelection because of the sorry state of the economy and the deficit or whatever. And it seems like there was a reaction by the liberal Democrats, especially the progressive wing of them, to become internally and viscerally disgusted with themselves and their party for what Clinton did to win that reelection. And I think they're still stuck with that. They brought out like this weird Frankenstein moral high horse about things, but it's and then the Republicans looked at what Clinton did and it was like, holy fuck, we're gonna win every election for every major election for the next 2 decades. Fuck yeah.
wait, sorry, what did he do to win that real sorry, I'm not like I didn't start really paying attention to
No.
politics until yeah.
Basically, when Clinton got elected, he had to promise he wasn't gonna raise taxes on the middle class.
Mm.
Um and However, once he got elected, the Treasury Department decided that the only way to address the deficit without having market freaking out about it was to tax the middle class. And then you had the dot-com bubble and shit like that. But I think that was in his second term, actually. But essentially, he did a lot of these really weird niche things that kind of commercialized the identity of the Democratic Party. So there was a lot of swing voters he had to appeal to win that second term. And he did things like went out on a hunting trip where he dressed up in the same garb as this family hunting group from Florida or something. He talked about these really niche issues about funding or supporting or regulating the creation of like TV chips so that you can make sure your children weren't watching pornography on TV, on cable TV or whatever. Like all these kind of really niche little issues. And a lot of it was just distraction, but it also was to target the identities of the self-interested swing voter to not really think about what the policies were and just say, "Oh, well that sounds really good." It's like a thought termination campaign. Oh, it's telling the voter what they're scared about and then giving them an answer that they're not going to think too much about.
Hmm.
Okay.
It's a
And the
huge there's way more to it. It's much more complex than that. I only
what's
listened to
the
it
which
last night.
documentary is it? Because I see this guy has a whole list. Which one did you watch?
Adam Curtis, The Century of Self. It's about social psychology and about the ever gaping maw of consumerism and how the market has been able to at every turn outpace intellectually, of course, the like any attempt by democracies or governance to contain the beast. And it goes so far as to commercialize all aspects of the self. Like even
Damn.
Hassan Piker and your Asmongold's were the test bed projects to commercialize the political self of being a socialist or being an American first right winger guy and put it into the streaming sphere because they're both owned by Night Media. Night Media owns it all. They've packaged and commercialized this very convenient product for you to consume and adopt as an identity, just like everything else.
Oh
Thankfully,
yeah,
what's cool about that is it means you, me, and any other consumer of these identities can basically throw it away at any time we either don't want it or it gets worn out and go buy a new one or adopt a new one.
Hmm. Yeah, God, okay, that does sound interesting. All right.
But it's a 4-hour documentary.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That's fine. I mean, I still got to watch the Fall of Milosevic, which is the sequel to The Death of Yugoslavia, which talks about
Just
Kosovo.
just remember, God is a Serb.
I've
That is true.
I gotta
Going
get
back
on
to
that.
Venezuela.
Yes.
So, from what I understand in the fucking conference, he fucking disavowed Machado and Gonzalez, and he seems to be expecting Delcy Rodriguez to just fall in line with him.
Is that the vice
As
president? Yeah.
yes.
Yes, that seems to be
Is
what
there
he is
any
expecting.
is there any chance that he actually tried
Right.
talking to her before this entire thing happened, or he just expects her to ditch her Marxist tendencies and be America first?
I mean, I think he said that she doesn't have a choice or something. It sounds like he's basically just gonna try
Oh,
to,
He's
yeah,
just threatening
he's
her
just
life.
hoping.
He's just holding a
He's
gun
just
to
hoping.
her head. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh my fucking.
But I mean, like,
Hinda
it's
hope
not.
or she said, you know.
It's not gonna be. I don't know, because like it. Who even knows what's gonna happen there, right? And also, if they have to send in U.S. troops to secure the oil and all that stuff, it's just like It's good. It
Oh, they
sounds like
absolutely will.
it's gonna be a
If
shit
they're
show.
actually going to go through with that, but he
So
only has 90 days for military authorization unless he tries to do some funny shit where he pulls out like if for 24 hours and then restarts the 90 days again, you know.
Oh yeah, he otherwise he has to go to Congress, I'm assuming, in order to actually get military authorization.
I'm hoping somebody somewhere or a lot of people somewhere are already pinning the lawsuit because the unilateral authorization for use of military force doesn't apply to fucking Venezuela.
Oh yeah, that use of military force was that was just for the war on terror, yeah?
Which is confined to Middle East and North Africa, which is why they're trying to fabricate this notion of narco-terrorism, saying, well, it's just we're fighting off narcotic terrorists.
Yes. Wait, is
at
that
every turn they're trying to inject the idea that the reason they're selling drugs is not to make money, but to destabilize the United States. That's okay, buddy. Okay, buddy,
yeah.
retard.
That doesn't, yeah, that's very stupid. Okay. Wait, does it say in that the authorization for the use of military force, that thing has been stretched. What is it? Authorization military force or on terror. Is that actually confined to the Middle East and North Africa? Like, did it say so in the text?
No, I don't think so. But
I think it's confined to terrorist actions or something, or to the war on terror, some bullshit like this.
Yeah.
But I'm okay. I might have my timeline wrong, and this already be in Biden's term. But I'm under the impression that Gonzalez was backed by Trump in his first term.
Wasn't it,
I don't
wasn't
understand
it
why
Guaido? Wasn't it Juan Guaido? Wasn't he the guy?
no, you're thinking of Guaido is
Oh,
different
no,
country,
that's,
Bolivia, Peru, one of those.
wait, or was Guaido, or was Juan Guaido from,
I think it's Bolivia.
yeah, Bolivia. Sorry, I get the two confused because all I remember about that was the leftists standing up to defend like basically every like communist quote unquote or leftist quote unquote regime in South America.
So yeah, last for maybe it's not the last, maybe it's the one before last. Last Venezuelan quote unquote elections, like the first the people that was supposed to win was Maria Machado, and then she was banned from running by, which is a good way to make sure that you don't get
Oh,
someone running
Gonzalez.
against you.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Yeah.
then Gonzalez took her place, and I think he was recognized by the US and the EU, but I don't remember if this was during Trump's first term or Biden's term.
No, it was 2024.
But the US should back this guy, and I don't know why the fuck they are backing the VP, who is like a Marxist communist person.
Because they don't care about democracy. That's not what this is about. That's why. At least I'm guessing that, yeah, because Trump doesn't care about democracy blatantly.
Oh, you're looking it up?
Well, no, I'm looking up Guaido now because now people is chat gaslighting me? Oh, no, he was the acting president of Venezuela. So no, that was not Bolivia.
It's not Guaido, it's Guido.
Oh, Guido,
These are
I'm
different
sorry.
people. Bad bearing. These are different people. The spelling is different.
Oh, is there another guy?
There's Guido something, so Guido something, that's from Bolivia. That's the guy that was supposed to replace the Bolivian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't remember his last name though.
okay, yeah, this guy. This was the guy that I was thinking of. He is the he's the Venezuelan he's an opposition figure in Venezuela. He belonged to Social Democratic Party, Popular Will. He was a key figure in the Venezuelan presidential crisis against Nicolas Maduro, 2019 to 2023. Yeah, I remember that vaguely. But I guess he's not. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, but Gonzalez is the guy that won the.
Yeah, Gonzalez was the one that. So
he probably actually won the election that Maduro rigged.
Yeah, Machado was the one that was gonna win, and then she was banned from running, and then Gonzalez, which was gonna be her VP or something, like they were from the same party.
Oh yeah.
Won,
Yeah.
quote unquote, instead.
Yeah.
By
Oh,
one,
I see.
obviously
yeah,
didn't
Machado
win,
is.
and yeah, obviously
Yeah, she
didn't
was
win, and
fired, yeah.
there was no fraud whatsoever. We should trust Maduro.
Yes, of course. No fraud. No fraud here, Bing shilling, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, no, I don't know, because they don't care about democracy. That's why they're not gonna have this guy be in charge, and instead they're gonna have the vice president.
So I was just looking into this because if it was the case that because I didn't know, so and 15% of Venezuela's oil rigs are offshore, and I believe that the U.S. could just protect those. But the ones in the middle of the fucking jungle, when there's the Bolivarian militias that support Maduro in there, like there's like you can't protect a fucking onshore middle of the jungle oil rig. That's just not a thing. They will just RPG one of the oil pipes. So I don't know what the fucking plan is. I don't think they have one, honestly. I just think that they are morons.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think they do either. What the hell? Yeah, I don't know. I'm dropping frames now. I have no idea why the stream keeps crapping out. Hmm.
I disagree.
With
I
what?
disagree very strongly with your assessment there because all you have to do first is liberally apply a very thick coat of napalm to the surrounding 10 miles of jungle.
Oh, oh my god. Do you think
I
they
mean,
would actually do that? I mean, isn't that like
that's a good way to fuck up your oil pipes as well. Or
I mean, first you
make it.
secure the platform and shut it down, but the oil pipe shouldn't be that vulnerable to open air fire.
I mean, you know what's happening in Russia right now?
Well, that's with direct explosive munitions, not with literal just burning jelly.
What I mean is, I don't think that. I think offshore platforms can be secured pretty well.
Oh, well, yeah.
Onshore,
No. I was
onshore,
talking
you're
about
fucked.
securing. Hold on. I was talking about securing the platform. You're mentioning the fact that the platform only produces the oil. It still needs to be transported.
Yes.
My bad. I mean, it
Oh,
would be a really good military exercise to see the capacity and development of the U.S. Light drone program. Right? You could have.
Because I was looking into this because of like the entire Ghana thing that I know that
Yeah.
the oil is mostly offshore. I was wondering if the Venezuela oil was also there, which would be defensible, but it's not. It's like 15% is offshore and the rest is in the fucking middle of the country. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, at least Southcom gets some action. They've been sitting with a thumb up their ass and the other in their mouth for like a decade plus now.
I don't know.
Okay.
Now
When
they
will your
finally stop playing Switch and blow some things up.
SDA, while you are here, because I mean, obviously you and I guess Epic Fail have disagreements, and he's been the one who's been talking a whole bunch, although he blocked you, so I don't know if you can even see his messages in my Discord about like China and stuff. Do you think that do you think China's actually going to invade Taiwan in 2027 because they keep saying that they are?
Epic
Hmm?
keeps saying that? Epic
No,
keeps
no.
saying that?
No, it's not that he keeps saying that. It's that everybody else keeps saying it because
Oh,
apparently Xi
no,
Jinping
China
keeps.
keeps
Yes, China keeps saying it, and right now it seems like, at least if you talk to certain people like Ryan Macbeth or whatever, they seem to think it's like a foregone conclusion that China's actually going to invade Taiwan in 2027.
Ryan Macbeth thinks it's a foregone conclusion. I haven't seen him say anything like that.
Okay, he didn't say it was a foregone conclusion, but he's talking about how like the next war is going to be with China, and like about like
No.
he seems fairly certain that I don't know. It seems like a lot of people think that China is going to invade Taiwan in 2027.
There's no chance of a direct peer-to-peer conflict with China.
Yeah,
So
but
you
that's
don't
because
think
you guys
that's
are
going to
gonna pussy
happen?
out.
No. Especially not in
Okay.
the next fucking year or 2 years.
I mean, I
Because
agree with no chance of direct peer-to-peer conflict, but that's because you guys are gonna pussy out.
And not defend
And
Taiwan?
Taiwan
Is
gets
that...
invaded and you just don't defend it.
No.
Maybe not in the next 2 years. I think that the 2027 is an exaggeration. But
What we're going to
29
see is a continued escalation by China. And you know Taiwan's not just the main island, right? Like Taiwan has
Yeah, there's a bunch of little islands, or at least one other
has
little... Yeah.
primordial claim on several sets of small islands, even closer to the you know that right
Yes.
now Chinese PLA forces and Taiwanese defense forces are on the same island, like staring at each other.
That I did not know, but I do know that there's an island that's really close to China, and you can see the Chinese mainland from there. And that
I don't think that the Taiwanese defense forces has any troops on that island, no.
I don't know if they do or not. I do know that back, I think, like in the 50s, when apparently China lost like 5,000 guys trying to take that island, like the one that was really, really close to China.
Okay, the thing, China is making a fuckload of progress in all avenues of their peer combat systems. But all of that progress is not primarily focused in the direction of taking over Taiwan. Taiwan is an instantiation point for them to justify the massive military spending. Their primary goal is to overtake the United States in military development, like weapon system sales and naval sea power and things. Okay, look, I'm not an expert. I'm sure that Epic is going to say that he is and that I'm totally wrong on absolutely everything, whatever, or somebody else might. But like China is developing amphibious landing vehicles. Those things, no matter what amphibious vehicle you build, landing on the banks of Taiwan is going to be a slaughterhouse 10 times the size of D-Day. Omaha Beach will be a thimble of blood compared to the number of Chinese that will die trying to take that beachhead.
Oh, yeah, because Taiwan is ready.
The thing that
yeah.
China lacks to actually take over Taiwan is one, some domestic actor that will disrupt or enable their forces upon arrival. While there is, a significant population of people that support reunification in Taiwan, it's not significant enough and they're not armed and militarized. Two,
is there a
the thing that China lacks,
or is it like a significant minority?
When I say significant, I don't mean 50%, 51%. I'm talking about like 10 to 15%, maybe.
Oh,
I can't remember
see.
the numbers.
Okay. Yeah, it's okay. I understand.
The second more critical thing they're lacking, which would be the only feasible way to take Taiwan, is airlift capacity. They don't have enough helicopters. They don't have enough large transport planes. They don't have and then third biggest is they lack the experience. Military doctrine and doctrinal knowledge is critical to the functioning of any modern military, and the United States has hundreds of years of doctrinal knowledge in application. China has yet to fight a war in its modern history.
That is true. They haven't. I mean, I don't think they've really done it. Like they fought Japan in World War II, and then they fought against Taiwan and lost.
Well,
because they weren't able to take it.
It wasn't Taiwan. It was a civil war.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. They fought the Civil War and they won that, but then the Republic of China, the PRC ran, or not the PRC, the Republic of China, like they ran away to Taiwan, and then China was not able to take Taiwan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you guys ignoring the brave military conflict between China and India, in which they hit each other with batons to not use firearms?
I forgot about that. That's a meme.
No, they're still doing that. They do that all the time.
They still do it.
It's not just batons. They also do this thing where they like get a big roll of razor wire or barbed wire and they try and like rope-a-dope each other.
Oh yeah, I know. But when I say that's a meme, like I know they're doing it, but I'm saying that like as in that's a meme, as in that doesn't count. because they're just hitting each other with sticks. That's not a real military. I don't even. Why do they? Is that like some weird thing that they do as like a tradition because
It's a
they're fighting over?
non-escalation
No, it's
policy.
not a tradition. It's a serious part of the
Yeah,
conflict, but they
it's a
agree
non-escalation agreement between them.
tactic. Yeah, it's a weird new thing that is emerging out of that, but it's, yeah, as he described, a non-escalate. They said we don't want us shooting bullets, firing mortars, or launching strikes against each other. So we're just gonna have our minions beat the fuck out of each other if they ever have problems.
Wow, that's.
But
I mean,
recently I saw China is replacing a lot of their personnel, scouts and observers with robots. Or even not even robots, but like sometimes just like mechanical like blow up dolls, basically, that only make it look like somebody's watching.
Look, if they were
oh,
using sharp swords instead of sticks, I would approve.
it's bots all the way down says they are just saying they're going to invade Taiwan. We should ignore that because SDA says so.
Did those words come out of my mouth? Did I say ignore China?
No, you
No.
did not.
I did not. What I would say is, but it's quite a bit too late, is there was a way to kneecap the fuck out of any aspirations of China to even coming close to their capabilities of invading Taiwan. It would have been upon the first Trump administration, and definitely now the second, to coordinate with our allies to impose targeted sanctions on Chinese industries that are violating the dual use military provisions of like international trade agreements in regards to the Russo-Ukrainian conflict. First of all, we should have like gone all in hard on Ukraine, military and politically, and then conjured with our allies to tariff and what was the other word I used? Tariff and basically boycott,
Sanction?
I don't know, embargo,
Sanction.
sanction and tariff China in specific industries. And really all you have to do is, as what's I'm seeing likely to come about against the United States, is knock a couple knock even 1 or 2% off of their GDP growth over a decade, annualized, and they've got no chance. That's gazillions of dollars that they're missing out on, that the rest of the world order of maritime trade gets to benefit from. And then also we can do some really cool shit like enabling our Pacific allies to continue their growth in military leadership, dominance, strategy,
Oh
doctrine.
yeah.
Like I'm pretty sure if I think the two major players that are going to take over the Pacific, especially if we start cooperating with them, like the Pacific theater of operations, is going to be South Korea, and the one we need to start cooperating more with is the Philippines. Oh, those Filipinos hate the Chinese.
What about apparently Japan's putting a bunch of stuff into their military now too.
Yeah, well, they are, but they just don't have the people. They don't have the
Oh,
people.
well, yeah, they're
And they also have like
They've got
weird
bodies. They've got bodies, but they don't have willing bodies or
and they
able
have
bodies.
weird constitutional restrictions still. They
Oh
don't
yeah,
have
those
that
don't
to deal
yeah.
matter.
with that.
Those don't matter.
I mean, they could
They
change
sort of
it,
Yeah.
but
no, they
um
can't really, but
the other question is I don't know, like I guess I wish Epic hadn't blocked you because I feel like you guys probably could have like hashed it out or argued it out or whatever,
no,
but
he would no, we could not. He would definitely just devolve into some kind of self-flagellating temper tantrum where he talks about how amazingly smart he is and how he works for the DoD and how he knows everything and that everybody he talks to is a fucking retard, and then he storms off and says, "I'm gonna go smoke a cigar and walk my dog," and probably the only thing keeping him from having a stroke is those walks as he waddles around the neighborhood huffing and puffing.
oh my
But
God, you're always. Although honestly, I shouldn't really be like, "Oh man, you're
he's
going
a
in so
fucking
hard,"
loser.
because
He's a
he
fucking loser.
also he goes in really hard on people when they push back against him. Yeah, it's kind of, because I was gonna say he was saying um that he was saying something about how the United States doesn't really have the capacity to make enough stuff, or that the US doesn't really make military stuff so much as like, or that I think most of the munitions are apparently made by Korea, and I forget what the other country was that he said now, instead of the United States, and that America can't really supply both Taiwan and Ukraine like full on.
No, we can't.
Um,
We can't. Which is why we needed to go full on and absolutely disgrace, decimate, humiliate, and eliminate Russia from Ukraine in the shortest, most succinct manner possible and give them a fucking horrible, like, just embarrassing defeat. That's what needed to happen from the very beginning, but public opinion, right?
yeah.
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. If the United States and China become in a direct peer conflict, all estimations are that both sides will basically completely deplete their magazines, their depth of missiles and strikes and everything within like 48 to 72 hours. We'll just launch all the fucking, not nuclear missiles. I'm talking, fucking cruise missiles, bombs, everything. It'd just all be gone. We would just have none. But that's not in the game plan. What the game plan is gonna be, which by the way, defense has the advantage in war most of the time, is turn the fucking Taiwan Strait into, and I quote, I can't remember which fucking general it was, an unmanned hellscape.
Oh yeah, when you were saying that they would like evacuate the island and
No,
like,
no, no, no. That's like if we lose the first condition is unmanned hellscape. You want to cross the Taiwan Strait, you're gonna have to get through thousands and thousands of cheap mass-produced unmanned drones, underwater, surface, and air. Like imagine what the US commercial industry could do just in supplying that. Like, think about how many companies we have in the United States that produce small commercial and consumer grade boats. Like,
oh
just imagine
yeah.
giving them a little sprinkling of funding and some access to design and information and letting them go wild. They could churn out so many unmanned drones on the subsurface, surface, and aerial level. It would be ridiculous. But if that fails and somehow China is gonna win and take over, what are they gonna win? They're gonna win a pile of fucking rubble. There's no like valuable resources on Taiwan except for TSMC. TSMC is their bargaining chip. You invade, we detonate TSMC, and we evacuate everyone that we can. That's like, it's
Oh
a lose-lose
yeah,
for China.
because they would basically like
They have to
the
get
whole,
through an unmanned hellscape of unmanned drones losing personnel because you can't win a war without personnel being, you can't win without boots on the ground. You can bomb people into submission, but to actually keep that submission around is you gotta have somebody knocking doors and bopping heads.
yeah.
Not
Um,
to mention the devastating effects on the economy because most of the world's shipping is traveling through the Pacific Theater.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a part of me, like, but people push back on this, and really, like, this is kind of like me being too rational, which is silly. Like, a part of me just thinks, why would China invade Taiwan? It would be such a bad idea. It would be so bad for business. It would fuck with their economy because the rest of the world would probably turn against them and they would get sanctioned. And, like, they're doing so well now, just like selling everyone cheap shit. And it
You gotta be
just,
careful saying they're doing so well. They were doing better 10 years ago, but
oh, yeah, probably because now
right
other
now we're
countries are doing the cheap shit.
well,
But
China has a different geopolitical strategy, and it's hard to say whose is going to win out. I have faith in the United States and the free market and democracy and whatnot, but there is something to be said about a unitary executive autocrat who can sit there and plan for 50 years rather than fucking 4 to 8 years, right? And doesn't
yeah,
have
and
to
the
worry
fact
about
that,
as long as he doesn't have to worry about the sways of public opinion on his policy as long as it doesn't get so bad that people are starving and gonna,
yeah,
starving people eat their kings or whatever. But like what's going on right now is the U.S. tariffs are not working. They're
Of
not
course
working
not.
in the way they're intended, and from my perspective, I always need to dig more into things. But from what I can see so far, we've got a Chinese fire sale going on. China is reporting increasing a substantial and ever increasing amount of goods exported, like just more dollar amount. But more dollar amount doesn't exactly mean more total gross profit, especially because we're basing it off of Chinese internal reporting. And from what I can garner, actually happening is they have slashed the prices on everything and contracted to a bunch more different countries all across Asia, in Africa, the Pacific Islands, even to Europe, and they're just bulk selling off all of the knickknacks and crap that they sell um, at like severely reduced prices. But
Yeah, okay. I mean, fair enough. And also, like I said,
their
but yeah,
game plan is if anything's gonna be narco terrorism, it's hooking you on cheap consumer goods. Okay, they're trying to hook them on cheap consumer goods, and then so they can raise the prices later, which is fine. But it's a much longer term strategy and probably way more risky one than just trying to come to the table with the current hegemonic power.
well, I mean, yeah, because my understanding is don't they want to be the hegemonic power? Isn't that what they would like?
No, nobody actually wants to be the hegemon. Nobody actually does.
Well, okay, don't they want
I
to be the hegemon in the Pacific at least?
They want
Like,
both. I mean, even Europe to some extent. The geopolitical philosophy, primarily in Russia and China, and even Europe to some extent, is a multipolar world where there
yeah, the
is no
sphere of
one
influence
global.
shit. Yeah.
Now that's just a lie we tell to you guys. We are just gonna take you over, you guys.
Oh yeah, Portugal gonna take us over for
Not
sure.
Portugal, Europe. We've That's just a lie. It's a lie that we say. It's a lie that Russia says. It's a lie that China says. When we talk about being multipolar, what we mean is right now you are the pole, and we're going to be multipolar until we can be the pole ourselves. Don't let us
You're
lie
not.
to you.
You have no capability to amass that many people across that many different governments and cultures to force a
Oh,
global
I
hegemonic
I
power.
am sorry. My country was born at war and remained at war for 137 years. As my country
Only
is my
137?
neighbors,
Oh, sweetheart, you're
and
so cute. Try
Oh my
my
250
God.
neighbors are
years
in the long
and
term, since now
125
you will
years
no
on your
longer
ass.
represent Western
And we've
values.
won
We will
every
just
single
destroy
war we've
you. That's
been
what's
in.
gonna happen.
Okay. All right. Enough. Stop it. Stop. No, no war between Europe and
We
America.
might have to
Jesus.
bring the monarchy back though. That kind of sucks.
Oh my God.
You mean you
Multipolar
might
world
have to
is
bring it?
not spheres of influence, though. People. Okay. Yeah, I probably am misusing the.
Spheres of influence is already a thing today. Russia has their spheres of influence. The problem is Russia wants the United States, as I think I mentioned earlier, to go from 75% sphere of influence around the world to like 50%.
I mean, Trump is helping with that.
Yes, he is. Not helping, he is directly the cause of it.
I don't know what happens
But like
with Russia after Putin.
I mean, if
I'm
anybody
actually.
hasn't, or if anybody has seen, if anybody hasn't watched, or if anybody has seen that Indian dude who does those interviews with Sarah Payne from the Institute of Naval War College, go watch them. She is incredibly intelligent, very articulate, and very informative. It in every scenario, whether you're talking about trade wars or armed conflict wars or anything like that, war war isn't just expensive. War is fucking unpredictable. Okay? That's what what is it? Politics is war by other means or whatever.
Yes. Yeah.
Is
Yeah. Yeah.
politics not the most expensive and unpredictable thing to engage in your daily life?
Yeah. Wait, Addy, what do you mean? With what weapons y'all can't get your shit? Oh, are you talking about Europe? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Addy is,
Europe
I think,
already is on track to open up several different munitions plants that will
yeah.
outpace states
I'm I'm
manufacturing.
I'm sorry, Adi. The truth about history is that in a long enough term, Europe wins.
Unfortunately,
So the US should probably try to stop being against Western Europe values, because we will come for you at some point in the next
It's more
50
like
years.
on a long.
Otherwise,
It's more like on a long enough time scale, Europeans will redefine what winning is because they only pretend to speak English.
okay, sure.
Oh, my
I
entire continent are now democracies, and the place that we made fun of and hoped would fail was the first nation state of democracy. We're still winning, guys. We're
You
winning.
realize most of Europe just fought for you guys to be independent, right?
Most of Europe.
wasn't
More
it
more
wasn't it
European
wasn't it just
soldiers fought for the US
France?
independence than US soldiers.
Wait,
It was
what? Wasn't
France, the Dutch, and the Spanish.
I
Wait, really? I thought it was just France.
The Dutch
no.
helped with the
The,
navy. The
he's
Spanish had secondary
he's
motives. They
no.
also wanted to kick
He's
out
equating
Britain from Gibraltar.
he's equating the fact that the Spanish and the French were ravishing British militaries during the time for entirely separate conflicts and reason, and attributing that
Uh,
to all of Europe fought for the American
yes,
Revolution when the only
they
people to
gifted
actually
no, they gifted you independence out of spite for Britain.
no they didn't.
We were Britain's allies at the time. We didn't do anything such thing.
Well, okay, France
So
actually
we are not
did directly help America in the war, though, in like the
Yes.
Revolutionary War.
35,000
But
soldiers. Yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't
35,000
matter.
soldiers.
I mean, it does matter the fact that y'all had previously ongoing conflicts that continued to escalate during the outbreak of our war, but like the people
Not y'all,
who
not y'all.
the people who
Portugal is not involved,
the
and the
only
Spanish
people
got
okay,
involved
well
after
you talked
the
as
start.
Europe as a whole, so I'm not talking about your dainty little Portugal, okay?
oh my god.
Europe, the only significant force deployed by any European power in assistance was from France, and it really wasn't that many people. The main
On
beneficiary,
land,
yes,
on
on land
land.
and within our coastal territories.
10,000 Dutch sailors,
But where?
and across the Atlantic
Ah,
to prevent redeployment of logistics.
and it didn't have anything to do with any other ongoing conflicts and advantageous nature. Like
Uh, I,
they thought it just out of spite and not out of Britain is embroiled in this conflict
it's
all the way in
generally
America.
good when your enemies have
Yes.
a rebellion to support
Mhm.
that rebellion,
Yes, as well as
or
attack them
enemies or
wherever you
rivals.
can to further your own interests in your own sphere.
Yes,
Sure.
I'm not saying that it was out of the goodness of their hearts. I said that it was out of spite for Britain that you got gifted your independence.
Okay.
Um, my dainty little country, we went from being on a war with one front to being on a war with two fronts to become independent.
Only two fronts?
Correct. I guess you guys were still massacring the dying from disease Indians, so I guess you were on two fronts as well.
That would be the consequence of Spanish and Portuguese, not colonization, but exploration of the Americas. But
Yes.
the mass die-off happened long before any formal colonies were established. It was like 100-year period where up to 90% of the native population died due to disease.
So that brings me to a different question, which is, if 90% of the Indian population didn't die of the disease, would you have failed to take the land from a bunch of people that would be killing you with bows and arrows?
Okay,
I think you
stop.
would.
Stop, please.
If my grandmother had wheels, would she have been a bike? Or what would happen if 12 midgets jumped out of an
I'm
airplane?
just trying to figure out in my mind what U.S. military victories are actually
I don't
valid.
really like to
I
play
guess
what if all
Japan and the Spanish-American War. I guess you took Mexico as well, but Mexico is still America, so it's fine.
Well, the real European power that caused a significant impact besides France was Russia, because well, no, that was during the
All
Civil War.
right.
Never
All
mind.
right, guys, stop. Hold on. Just no, like actually,
We're making the
there's
Canadian uncomfortable.
no, it's not that. It's just you're talking about like shit that is unrelated. I'm looking at this indictment here, and like the narco terrorist organizations working in partnership with the defendants, they're like listing out above. Apparently, so let's say we've got like FARC and we've got the ELN, the Sinaloa cartel. Apparently, the Sinaloa cartel worked with Venezuela. Um, it doesn't say. It just
No,
like
I'm
gives a little.
sure. This is a spaghetti. This is the spaghetti tactic. You throw spaghetti at the wall and you see what sticks.
Yeah,
I
and then
have a
we've got,
question.
of course,
Why would
Trende
they do this
Rwanda,
in New York, where everyone hates him?
the Southern District of New
Why is
York
the
is
fucking
where.
indictment? Yeah, why is the fucking indictment in New York? I don't understand this.
I
I don't
I
know, man.
I don't I
Maybe it's the only federal prosecutor they could find to actually do it without
oh yeah.
resigning again. The only somewhat competent federal prosecutor who is willing to do it without resigning. Because
Is this gonna
you saw what happened with the Comey indictment.
Hmm.
that was funny.
I
That
didn't
was
see the
so
full thing
bad.
actually, but
Did
it
they
was
that got
It
dropped,
the
was
didn't it?
it
If I
was
recall.
dismissed.
Yeah, that was dismissed, and so was the one against Letitia James as well too. I think the only one that's still
Yep.
proceeding is the Bolton one, and that's because there was actually something to that, and that was being investigated since before Trump too. So
Yep.
yeah. Um, corrupt drug. I
what you
really
guys
hope.
need is a good civil war. You haven't had one in a while.
Okay. So
What? No
Maduro,
response to that?
the defendants partnered with narcotics traffickers and narco terrorist groups who dispatched processed cocaine from Venezuela to the United States via transshipment points in the Caribbean and Central America, such as Honduras, Guatemala, and Mexico. By in or about 2020, the State Department estimated between 200 and 250 tons of cocaine were trafficked through Venezuela. So are we gonna get any kind of, is this just gonna be a bunch of, like, usually in indictments there's more evidence provided than just these things were done, or at least in the good indictments that I read, like the Jack Smith ones.
I'm gonna go keep working on my deer hide. I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you gonna stick around, short stack? I mean, I might
if you want me to. I
I
mean,
might I
I'll
might
stick in chat if you don't want to talk.
oh no, it's okay. I just might no, he said deer hide, Toby. I don't know exactly what he's doing with the deer hide. It's just, I don't know, this is kind of crazy.
It also
Similarly,
so
Nicolas Maduro led defendants, other corrupt members of the regime facilitated the empowerment and growth of violent narco-terrorist groups, fueling their organizations with cocaine profits. I mean, like, I guess I think FARC is a rebel group, isn't it? And I haven't heard about FARC in a long ass time. Revolutionary Armed Forces. Yeah, they're a rebel group in Colombia, or they were a rebel group. Not anymore. They're gone now. I think I remember when that happened, actually. Yeah, 2017. They were known to, yeah, okay, and they did terror. But okay, so I mean, like, the only way that narco terrorism is like really a thing is if you're talking about a terrorist group that just uses like selling drugs to make money. Like the Taliban did that in Afghanistan.
I think you're thinking wrongly about this. It doesn't actually matter. It will be whatever this process is slow enough that a new regime will pop up in Venezuela, and then this will Maduro will be sent back. There's no point in trying to actually getting into the U.S. prison system.
Oh, so you
Also
think
because he's a foreign head of state.
you think that once the I mean the United States has prosecuted other foreign heads of states before. But so you think that once Venezuela has like a new good regime or a new regime that's like friends with the United States, what they'll do is they're just going to send Maduro back and make him stand trial there.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, like I would have thought that that's what they would have done on account, like, because like that's what happened to Saddam. But I mean, I guess that's just not a thing that. Oh, okay, cat. The cat wants to be fed. Why can't Trump focus on the deer problem? It could have been a terror deer. God damn it. See, I don't know if you can still hear any of us or not. Probably not, but apparently there's some issues with the deer. Cat has been patient enough. Yes, you're right, Duckbringer. The cat has been quite patient.
A fucking
Okay.
biological type.
I don't know. I just think it's funny that they are doing this.
Why would you say probably not? You know I hear absolutely everything.
Oh, yeah, okay. Hello.
I can currently hear Stuart's stomach grumbling.
I'm gonna feed him.
Oh, sorry, I just doxed your cat live. Yes, for your curiosity, I am currently tanning my deer hide, chemical tanning, because I shot my first deer over Thanksgiving, and figured might as well learn how to do some shit. So it's
what
been
are
like a
you
2-week adventure.
what are you gonna do? Actually, you know what? Explain what you're gonna explain, like why you're doing this to the deer hide and what this involves or whatever, while I go feed the cat.
Okay, tanning is a process of preserving the hide so that it can be used in clothing or in crafting or whatever else you want to use it for. You can make sinew out of it to tie things. And it's a long process. You have to soak the hide to loosen it up. You have to pack it with salt and let it dry a little bit and then soak the hide in salt water, and then you have to scrape all the fat and sinew and membrane off of the skin side. If you want a buckskin, you have to clean all of the hair off of the other side, which is a fucking nightmare to do if you don't have the tools like I don't. And then after all that, you have to soak the hide in a pickling solution for about a week. Then you take it out and you wash it off and you neutralize it by soaking it in baking soda for a couple, like an hour, hour and a half to change the pH so it's not too acidic and destroys the hide. And then once all that is done, you then have to apply a tanning solution. If you're going to do chemical tanning, that is, you either make it yourself by mixing aluminum sulfate and borax and applying it, or you can buy a commercial tanning formula like I did. The third option is called brain tanning, where you take the brains of the animal and you prepare it in a certain manner to create a tanning solution. This is the way to get the most authentic buckskin that's soft and leathery and pliable and waterproof, but it is a lot of fucking work because afterwards you have to smoke it over what's called punky or wood in the last stage of rotting. It's just a lot more fucking work. So right now I am finally at the stage of applying the tanning formula, and I did it last night and rubbed it all in, and it's been just marinating essentially. And this morning I got up and took it out and started stretching it because you have to break the hide. You have to sit there and stretch it over a beam or the back of a chair or whatever and just kind of rough it up basically. And I just put on another coat of tanning solution to each side and gonna let it soak up and then break it some more. And then I can't remember what the last part is. The last part I think is you take some very fine grit sandpaper and you sand it to try and thin the hide out more to make it nice soft. Let's see.
I'm impressed.
So anyway, the reason I'm doing this is one, I shot my first deer. I've been hunting since I was like 8, and I've never shot a deer. And also, I bought my dad a Christmas present, a very nice pair of chopsticks, which are made from African ebony, and they're capped with sterling silver. And I'm gonna make a little like deer leather pouch or sheath for them that's gonna be embroidered, monogrammed with his name.
Oh, that's
The
nice.
the I have a video, or my cousin has a video of the shot because I with the scope that was on his gun was a ballistic computer that lets you record as well. So, but it was a 430-yard shot with what round was it? 6.8 or no, it was 300 blackout. Yeah, it was 300 blackout at 430 yards. Oh, with subsonic ammunition. It's a pretty difficult shot, but if you have fucking a ballistic computer, it's pretty easy.
Well, F's in the chat for the deer, or congratulations on killing the deer. I don't know. But no, like that's kind of an interesting.
Well, I also have the hams, the back straps, and the loins in my freezer right now, and I'm gonna process the hams and the loins into deer sausage. And then at some point I can cook the back straps. Played the hunter. Is that too soy? Because he Toby, I grew up like playing hunting games, which is where I learned most of the stuff about deer. But back then they were really simplistic. Or like at arcades, they have Deer Hunter 5000 or whatever.
I remember Duck Hunt. I played that on my friend's N64 with like the gun where you would shoot at the screen when I was like a kid. Um, but that's not
Imagine
really
still having gear.
Yeah,
So
if I had my cousin has the recording of the shot. He hasn't sent it to me yet, so if I get it, I could have shown y'all, but he hasn't sent it. So, we're wrestling, we're fighting.
Oh, your cats.
Yeah, Lucy's
How are
getting
they
bullied.
doing? Oh no. Lucy's the
Lucy
bigger
finally,
one.
yeah, Lucy finally stood up to her earlier. I forgot to close the door when I fed them, and Belle was pushing her off every food bowl she went to. And then I heard like a real mad cat sound, and Lucy fucking popped the fuck out of Belle and chased
Damn.
her out of the room like she deserves. Little fucking terrorist. You want to talk about narco terrorists?
Yeah, I mean, I guess like so in here they're just making these assertions. I mean, like it sounds like some of this stuff possibly could be true. Although I don't it seems like FARC is the are you actually no, narco terrorist doesn't even count as like a term if you're just using selling drugs to finance your terrorist shit, like what the Taliban did in
Yes, it does.
Afghanistan.
If you're a terrorist organization, you commit terrorism or acts of violence to further political goals, and you sell drugs to fund that, that's narco terrorism in my mind. That's a possible, very clear, outlined legal argument. But just saying selling drugs is narco terrorism, no. That's all right. Now you're all right.
Yeah, so then you could say that FARC is a or was a narco terrorist organization because I think they sold drugs in order to fund their shit. The
No. No.
But it's chemical warfare against the United States
No.
population. Haven't you heard that one before?
FARC was a terrorist organization that conducted narco terrorism, or that conducted
okay.
narcotics.
Yeah,
A
I mean
narco
they
terrorism organization would be like basically a subgroup of a terrorist organization that is charged with producing narcotics for sale to fund the United States has engaged in more narco terrorism than anybody else combined. Okay, if we're gonna go this route, on our own population, no less.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the what was it? Did the FBI actually like sell drugs to the black population or whatever to like fuck things?
Well, I'm not really talking about Iran Contra or the CIA conspiracy that Gary Webb unveiled. I'm not really entirely sure about how well defined or accurate that is, but if we're just playing thank you for smoking arguments, we can talk about the opioid crisis, we can talk about the Xanax pill farms, we can talk about ADHD and stimulant prescriptions on a global scale and a national one. But I'm going back to deer hide.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
like
all right. Well
ADHD
then,
meds. I haven't taken mine in like a few months, but
oh damn. I take mine every morning. Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like they listed like a whole bunch of organizations in here, and I find it very hard to believe, for example, that El Chapo that his org was doing this for any other reason than because he wanted to make a lot of money and get real rich. Like it seems like that's what the MO is for most of these drug cartels. And
okay. But
what?
let's go through the hypothetical. A U.S. judge orders Maduro released because of lack of evidence or some bullshit. What then? They
I don't
kidnapped
even.
the head of a foreign state, so it doesn't whatever domestic judge decides doesn't matter. It shouldn't go to a domestic judge. It should be a thing that they will held him like as a show for a while they are processing the preparing the
That'll.
prosecution or some bullshit.
You just bribe the Salvadorian government to take Maduro.
Yeah,
Oh
or something
yeah,
like that.
that's true.
No,
And then they send him to
nothing
CCON.
nothing will matter in terms of like a domestic prosecution because it will not get to a trial.
No.
They will eventually a new government will be installed in Venezuela that's happy to imprison Maduro and US sends it back, or it sends it to Salvador. I didn't think about that, but could be or I don't know. What else was it trying to send people? Uganda.
Yes.
Uh,
That's where you wanted to send Kilmore Abrego Garcia, but I don't think that happened.
yeah.
I'm not sure what happened
No,
with that.
it didn't happen. But because so the government said, oh, we will take whatever people that you want to deport as a third, except for criminals. And since Garcia is supposedly a hardened gangbanger, they refused that one in particular.
Yeah, it's like I mean, yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say if the United or if the federal judge ordered Maduro released for lack of evidence, and this was before Venezuela got like a government that was gonna take him or whatever, then I mean Trump would probably just ignore that and keep holding him, just like he has like with all these other things. It's just that he might have to
Yeah.
drop the.
So it doesn't matter.
Speedy Taco. Speedy Taco. Yes, there's lots of people that want to create an ever flexible definition of terrorism, narco terrorism, piracy, everything like this. But simply selling drugs, while it may hurt your geopolitical rival, isn't the intent. And when you're talking about terrorism, just like many other crimes, the intent matters. What is the
Yeah.
maldicta? I don't even know if that's right. I'm not a lawyer. Of your action. Is the intent
The
of
mens rea?
Maduro? Yeah, well, yeah, but the actual malice.
Maldicta would.
Oh, the
Maldicta
actual
would
malice
be-
standard. Okay, yeah.
Uttering a curse.
Yeah. Maldicta is to speak. So I don't know what you're trying to say.
Well, I think that might be. Yeah, we like the English language is ever evolving, so the maldicta intent, the cursed intent of the individual selling those drugs, whether it be under the auspice of Maduro or within these gangs that he might sometimes work with or extort for money or anything like that, is not to cause the destabilization of the United States through the sale of drugs. It's to make fucking money.
Yeah, I mean that, especially since most of these groups, like I
Your
said,
current, like,
it's,
this administration and the people defending him in these actions are currently on track to what's it called when you like summon ghosts to
seance.
to seance the spirit of Nancy fucking Reagan when she goes on national television and says, "You have blood on your hands." And you know what? If we're going that way, I'm agreeing with it. All right. Every single consumer or user or purchaser of recreational substances like marijuana, cocaine, heroin, LSD, mushrooms has blood on their hands, and we should institute the death penalty for drug use. Okay. We're going full Duarte. All right. If we're going this way,
Hold
Duarte is the
on.
Filipino guy.
Yes, I think so. Um,
was.
yeah, he was. Speedy Taco says, "What about China and Fent? Is China actually doing that? Like, apparently that's true. China is trying to get fentanyl. Is that actually?
It's not
Uh,
it's not really the responsibility of a non-allied country that you have no agreement with on enforcement to like search every vessel heading to your shores. I don't
Oh,
think the Chinese
so
government is explicitly like directing companies to smuggle fentanyl into the United States, but they're just like, well, we can either spend a lot of money trying to enforce this, but which by the way, there is evidence that they do enforce it to some degree. If they find a bunch of it, they seize it, destroy it, whatever. Um, but like we don't have an agreement with China over this.
oh, so
It's the
they're just
responsibility
like,
mainly of the
eh.
host country who is receiving imports to enforce its laws, or have an agreement with the foreign country to have their own advise. What are they? What would you call them? Enforcement, persons in their ports before export to catch them. That's not. But we don't have those agreements.
Oh, I see.
We
Yeah,
could have.
okay. That.
We could have.
Oh, yeah, expecting Trump to have those agreements. That would never happen. Um,
I think isn't narco trafficking actually one of the things that could be
Because
done in
it
international
like
waters? The enforcement.
what no, the only people who can enforce law, like take police action in international waters via the United States, is the United States Coast Guard. The United States Navy, Air Force, everybody else, they do not have the training nor legal authority to enforce domestic laws or laws on the high seas in that manner against civilians. They are explicitly for the purpose of defending civilians from pirates or non state actors and taking action against state actors in a war. Like,
Yeah,
that's.
yeah, but
Yeah.
that's your internal stuff. Like but I actually think that unlike the seizing of oil that you recently did, I think um, for narco
Trafficking of drugs,
trafficking,
drug trafficking.
it could like international waters actions
It
are
doesn't
allowed
constitute
under the international
piracy.
treaty.
No, it doesn't. These are civilians, regardless of if they're criminals or not. They're civilians.
No, I mean
oh,
I mean
yeah.
police enforcement. I don't mean shooting down ships. That's you guys being insane.
The people who are allowed to conduct drug interdiction, which is what should be going on, is the United States Coast Guard. They're the people with the training, the personnel, the appropriate hardware, equipment, know-how, and with the legal authority under U.S. and likely applicable international law. But again, I don't really care about international law. It's norms. If the United States were to organize a force in the Navy by pulling members of the Coast Guard to do drug interdiction, I wouldn't care. As long as it was if the people with the know-how and the ability and the equipment were doing it. But it's not. It's just we're blowing shit out of the water. Because that's what navies do. They blow shit up.
Oh, well, yeah, it's like you
That's what
said. It's
exits
because
wanted.
blowing shit up is fun, apparently, or something. I don't know.
Well, it
It's
is.
that's. I mean that
It's
that shit
easy.
was. Yes, you're right. It is. It is easy. Um,
What's not fun is realizing you just spent several hundred thousands to multi-million dollars on destroying a maybe $5,000 boat. You can
Yeah.
include the street value of the drugs that it's carrying all you want, it doesn't come close. And what you would call factories or places they produce these things are worth even less. And they can just pick them up and move them around, or move to a different country, or go underground, or stop for a while. It's not. This is a lose, lose, lose.
I mean, but we just learned after this conference that it was never about the drugs. Also, you guys been spoiling our
It's never
fun
about
because
anything. That's the
yeah,
problem. There's no
it's been
clear.
spoiling our fun because because these people when they come to Europe they pass through Azores and we've picked up couple of these stupid subs in the last year. And it's fun for our navy, and now you blow them up before they get through across the Atlantic. That's sad for us.
Oh wait. Oh, you guys have been getting the drugs as well too, and
Yeah, we do just arrest the people, which I guess it's cucked by us.
no, that's actually based international norms and law follower.
Wait, what isn't Portugal the model for drug decriminalization?
I don't know if we're the model. We have some drug
Yeah,
decriminalization.
I'm pretty sure Portugal is the successful model for drug decriminalization, as opposed to like Portland, who just decriminalized drugs and that was it. Like Portugal had the decriminalization along with a program of social support and monitoring. And like there are places in your country like safe injection sites and whatnot, but instead
Yeah,
of
we
just
don't.
like private contracting them or putting them on whatever random street corner, there quite a few of them are literally above police stations. So users have to walk through a police station to get to the safe injection site.
Um, there's also a slight nuance here, which is so we have at the same time that we said to consumers and traffickers can still go to jail.
No,
Consumers,
no,
you
well
will not,
then
you will no
decriminalization
longer go to jail.
possession.
Like we do have mandatory rehab for people. Like a judge can say we will not arrest you,
Yeah,
and by that we mean we will not put you in jail. You are not allowed to leave the rehab center for 6 months to a year.
but only if they commit an additional crime or nuisance, right? It's not like
No, it's just about the reincidents, I think.
Hmm.
I don't. I mean, you would know better than I, but I'm pretty sure that like
I don't know why.
the thing that
Alcohol
decriminalization.
is my drug, and we are all drugs, so we
Okay,
don't
well,
care much about.
decriminalization principle is always simple possession is not enough to jail somebody. But if you are engaged in the production or distribution of drugs, you are a criminal and will be treated as such, which
Yeah,
is probably how it should be.
that's roughly it. It's just that we have like
Right?
uh,
Like
sometimes
I can't.
international people think that we just let consumers go off the hook, but no, that there's a
Well,
medical junta that will
well,
determine whether or not force you
if you're
into rehab.
using in a manner that causes a nuisance, yes, you will be adjudicated against. But if you are a user who is using the system that currently exists, because these safe injection sites aren't just safe injection sites, they're like a place to provide an opportunity to rehabilitate the individual, to get them to stop, to check in with them, to keep track of them, right? But like uh, just like any other industry, especially the ones that are legalized, I can't make hooch wine in my bathtub and sell it on the street to people or start a business selling the hooch wine I make in my bathtub without licensure.
Uh, just do bathtub hormones instead.
That's a
Ooh,
legal gray
and
area.
hey, yeah,
Uh,
I came up with a theory the other night with Zoni about how all transness is a multi-level marketing scheme, and the only way to get your hormones is by converting other, or like by blackmailing other people into transitioning. And then once you like get enough people that are also blackmailing other people into transitioning, you get to get SRS and vocal cord reconstruction and facial surgeries.
hmm. The
That's
Brazilian
pretty
bathtub hormones people did get into legal trouble, but that's because they were not licensed for pharmaceuticals.
Oh, actually, yeah, that might be true. Sorry, I was thinking of it wasn't the DIY stuff. I think there was like some other stuff that was a legal gray area. It was like purchasing it online without a prescription or something is.
Yeah, that was the Otacono pharmacy from Brazil,
Yeah.
where they literally
Yeah.
had on the box like "keep hidden from your parents" and
Yes.
Yeah, that.
little
I had
little
as
scantily
someone
clad
able
left
to
anime
read the Brazilian legal documents, I had a lot of fun with that.
Have you been reading
Narco.
anything about what's going on?
Hmm?
This is your stream. You talk. You're talking.
Oh,
Talk.
sorry. Okay, count one, narco terrorism conspiracy. I feel like a lot of this like could be justified if it wasn't like narco terrorism and if they were just saying we're doing this because war on drugs. But I guess they can't do that because they can't justify it then because they don't have the
They don't
authorization for
need
the
it.
use
They
of
don't
the
need.
military.
No, they don't have to do war on drugs. They could just say that the actions of the Maduro regime and the constituent criminal enterprises in the country represent a direct threat to the United States' both strategic interests and national security. That's all they have to say. They don't have to go with the fucking, brain chip implant talking point of narco terrorism, but Trump already said it too many times, and everybody's scared to tell him to do something different.
Cocaine importation conspiracy.
Oh, so where's the statute that says that is terrorism?
Oh, well, no, so count one is narco
I
terrorism
know.
conspiracy. Yeah.
That's not a
But-
count. That's not a count. There's no charge or US code for narco terrorism
Yeah,
conspiracy.
I know. I'm even just looking. Oh, wait, hold on. The defendants and others known and unknown, at least from whom has been and will be brought to and arrested in the Southern District of New York, intentionally and knowingly combined, conspired, confederated, and agreed together with each other to violate Title 21 United States Code Section 960A. Okay, hold on. Let's see. What's this? Foreign terrorist organizations, terrorist persons, and groups. So they're literally just doing the okay. Whoever engages in conduct that would be punishable under Section 841A of this title.
Which reads 1, to manufacture, distribute, or dispense or possess with intent to manufacture, dispense, or distribute or dispense a controlled substance, or to create, distribute, or dispense or possess with intent to distribute or dispense a counterfeit substance.
Huh. Okay.
This is just your international drug trafficking laws, is what this is.
Oh, okay.
It has nothing to do with terrorism.
Foreign
So if
terrorist.
I counterfeit Gatorade, does that count? Oh, Gatorade is not controlled. Okay.
Only if Gatorade sues you for violating their patent.
This is what we talked about earlier, where it's a terrorist organization who is selling drugs to fund their terrorism, or an individual who is selling drugs and contributing those funds to a terrorist organization.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
But we
so
still
that's
haven't established drug cartels as terror organizations, other than just executive fiat. It's
okay. So they're gonna charge them
But your
under
Supreme
this.
Court said executive fiat is sufficient, no? Like when
efficient.
putting
Did they say they didn't
your
say that?
Supreme Court had.
I mean,
so.
it's hard
on
to
this
argue
case.
that it's hard to argue that executive fiat is inefficient, but we're not worried about.
Not
Oh,
inefficient.
sufficient. He said sufficient.
I believe there was some case like
It
half a
doesn't.
year
It
ago.
doesn't mean statements like that require specific context. So I would have to follow up with what you're
Okay.
talking about.
I don't quite remember.
But there's several cases that are still unresolved in regards to just executive fiat on declaring national emergencies and exercising emergency powers, especially with the tariffs.
Yeah, or saying that parts of the Constitution are invalid now, like birthright citizenship.
Or completely fabricating entirely new constitutional doctrines like presidential criminal immunity.
Oh yeah, that was a thing that they did. Okay, so it was part of blah blah. The defendants, others and unknown, did engage and will be punishable under Title 21, United States Code, Section 841. That's the that was that other one that we read about, like drugs. So it sounds like that's what they're doing here. Hold on. Committed with the intent to distribute 5 kilograms or more, blah blah.
Yeah, the problem here is what specific and credible action have these organizations taken in terms of terrorist attacks?
Yeah, like
What terrorist attacks are these drugs funding? They're not saying that they're funding any terrorist attacks with the sale of these drugs. They're saying the sale of these drugs are the terrorist attack, which is not what Title says.
that's fucking ridiculous. Yeah. So it's not even about the fact that like FARC is was a terrorist organization and they funded their shit with drugs. It's the fact that just the fact that they sold drugs is. I mean, they called it chemical warfare too. If I recall correctly, maybe not in here, but I've heard like I think U.S. officials
It's
made that
spaghetti.
claim.
I mean, that they're the lawyers that they have these days are nothing but NSDA policy CX debaters, where they throw spaghetti at the wall, they see what sticks, and they win on points rather than like what is objectively correct. What they're doing is just trying to throw out every justification possible to use so that their followers, supporters, and broadcasters can use what's called arguments as soldiers. Oh, well, it's narco-terrorism because of Title 22 or Section 960A. You shoot that down. Oh, well, then actually, they associate with former terrorist organizations like FARC and blah, 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 blah. Oh, well, actually, and then at the end of killing all of their soldiers, they come back and they resurrect them and say, oh, well, you didn't actually disprove anything I said because we only went line by line rather than address the whole argument. It's how the fucking losers in Wix Discord argue. They literally cannot argue outside of just one single line by line discussions.
Oh, would you count?
Yeah.
Would you count Ash as one of those people?
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know how much you actually argue with him, or I mean, I guess he kind of.
I have argued with him, but it's just he knows better now than to argue with me because I will overwhelm him.
Based. Wait, did you argue with...
Most of the time I nitpick Ash is over his language rather than his positions because he's not using adequate language to describe his positions, and it makes his positions very difficult to attack on a functional level.
I feel like the language that he uses, I don't know, he like is deliberately, or it seems like he's always being deliberately hyperbolic.
Why are we still talking about fucking banjos? It's been like 20 minutes. Why?
Wait, why are people...
Helena, can you pull up fucking Deliverance, the banjo duel for these fucking losers?
Oh my god. Okay.
I'll link it to you. The dueling banjos.
Oh.
I gotcha. In your DMs.
I've found it. I don't want to,
Say, mister, I love the way you wear that hat.
By the way, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna say straight up, I've never seen this movie.
Haven't either.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, okay. Well, now I don't feel as bad. But yes.
I'm gonna make you squeal like a pig. Sue.
You don't
I mean,
know
like, I'm
nothing.
familiar with that, but
You just made me a little bit more xenophobic towards the US with that scream.
what'd you say?
That scream just made me a little bit more xenophobic towards the US. Thank you for that.
Well, I don't care because that's a trait of Arkansas, doing suey and making hog noises that way. I fucking who cares?
Oh,
You know how you circumcise a man from Arkansas?
you don't like Arkansas very much. All right, how?
You kick his sister in her jaw.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, okay. You're
Incest is wincest.
yes. Well, Arkansas is yeah, okay. That's isn't Mississippi another one that people also say that about? Basically like every like
I thought
Every
Arkansas
every
was
state
just North Texas.
every state in the Atlantic South, yes, except
yeah.
Florida.
Oh yeah, I guess
You know
Missouri's
Hillary.
another
The
one.
Clintons. You know the Clintons are from Arkansas.
Yeah, I do know that.
No, it is not pronounced Arkansas. The only one that's pronounced Arkansas is the Arkansas River that is next to Kansas. It is Arkansas. I love me ma, I love me pa, I just love a little Arkansas.
I'm just waiting for the copyright
You'd have
strike.
to skip to 254.
Oh, okay.
God damn, I can play all day with that guy. I believe you could, too. I believe you could.
All right. There you go. I hope you all are satisfied. No, I'm not going to play any more music. Jesus Christ. I don't want to get this VOD's going to get nuked. It's going to get nuked from orbit by the copyright cucks. I don't want to get copy cucked, okay? Anyway. What else are we going to talk about today? Was there anything else, or maybe I will end now because I'm goddamn my feet hurt.
The the Gun Owners of America and the Firearms Policy Coalition have gotten the provision of HR1 to reinstantiate the reduction of NFA taxes on short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns, and suppressors to $200 from $200 to $0. So now you
Wait,
can buy and file registration for a suppressor, a short-barreled shotgun, or a short-barreled rifle, or I think any other weapon as well. I can't remember, without paying any money. They've also spun up a lawsuit now. They're spinning up lawsuits right now to challenge the constitutional nature of the National Firearms Act in its registration, fingerprinting, and what is it called? And databasing of those firearms. So pretty base.
wait, is when you said HR1, are you talking about, was that, you mean the
Big beautiful bill.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. There's a
Interesting.
provision of the big beautiful bill that was nixed somehow, and they were able to file a lawsuit to reinstantiate the aspect of it.
Well, damn. Listen, guys, I can talk about those two things in my title tomorrow because I also intend to stream then as well. Although honestly, I might.
IZ2333, I very much doubt that because in most European countries, I think Germany included, if you're going to engage in recreational hunting, suppressors are a requirement for that activity. You must use a suppressor. It is considered a safety device.
Yes, Spider, I did speak to Destiny. I believe that Speedy Taco said that he was going to link to Destiny's VOD in my stream. No, Chase, I have no idea if Loner is streaming tomorrow. I don't think so. I mean, nobody won. We just had a discussion, Spider. I just talked to him about communism and Nazism. I wanted to clarify his position, and we really weren't that far apart. So, yeah, I doubt that Loner is streaming tomorrow. I'm surprised that, like, if he wasn't going to stream about Venezuela today, then he's not streaming tomorrow. He'll stream on Monday probably. Anyhow,
The fuck have you done to Loner?
what? I didn't do anything to him. I don't know what's going on.
I mean,
He's-
Spider thinks you're his keeper, and apparently you know his schedule. So
I mean, I only know that because of like stuff that we could say to each other in mod chat. And he also usually doesn't stream on weekends either. So yeah,
I don't know.
I don't
Seems-
think
it
that
seems to-
he.
It seems to
Yeah.
me that you've kidnapped him so he could have his audience.
I mean, if I did that, then I'd have a lot more viewers. I most certainly did not kidnap him so that I could take his audience.
Anyway,
But-
anyone in chat went back and found the fucking executive order thing that I talked about that I completely forgot?
I was trying to find that, but like,
Yeah,
what was the
and-
executive order about? Do you know?
I know it was either the tanker interdiction or something. It was something related to Venezuela. I think it was already after the first strike on the narco boats. So I think it was a tanker interdiction.
Okay.
But I just have like this image of like the like photo op thing in my mind.
The last executive orders that I see here are from are December 18th. It looks like he hasn't done any since then. Ensuring space superiority, increasing medical marijuana and cannabinol deal of research. Interesting. Providing for the closing of executive departments and agencies of the federal government on December the 24th and 26th. Adjustments of certain rates of pay. Designating fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. You think maybe this was it?
Maybe.
Protecting American investors from foreign-owned and politically motivated proxy advisors. Ensuring a national framework for artificial intelligence. Okay, so The fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction was on December 15th. Did Trump do a hold on.
Oh, maybe this is it. Okay, I might have found it.
I just need to find what is it? The oh yeah, the White House the White House YouTube page. That's always the best place to to find this information.
Why is Gibbs calling counterpoints a white supremacist?
Wait, real what? I mean, I've heard other people. So Dispel tried to make the claim that Connor was a white supremacist because Connor said that
The Goon
apparently
Squad?
no, because of Fuentes, because Connor said that he would consider voting for Fuentes over Hassan Piker or some shit.
Oh,
And
I
because
would
he
too.
thinks the two of them are the same. Wait, really? Would you?
Yeah.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Because Fuentes will actually do what will actually attempt to enact the policies he speaks of.
But those policies are horrifying, though. Are they not?
The devil you know versus the devil you don't. We have no idea what policies Hassan Piker would actually do and follow through with, or their incredibly horrible ramifications, because he's just a fucking liar. At least Fuentes
Oh,
says what he means with his chest, and Fuentes has, from what you can tell, an appreciation and a love for the United States of America, as compared to Hassan, who would gleefully enjoy its downfall from his mansion in Turkey while it happens.
I do want
Hassan has enough money to just pick up and leave and go to another country. Fuentes might, but he wouldn't.
Okay, that's true. Although I will say that I disagree about Fuentes seeming like, yeah, Fuentes maybe loves America, but he doesn't actually love America. Remember when Destiny basically made him admit that Americanism is a heresy in the Catholic Church, and he essentially wants to rip up the Constitution and turn the United States into a Catholic theocracy that is governed by like a monarch or some shit. Like he basically hates
Okay.
everything about
Based.
America
But he
as it
wants
is now.
good. That doesn't matter. He wants good things for this nation rather than Hassan, who doesn't really care whether it's good or not, as long as the current order is destroyed. No matter the amount of bloodshed, no matter the amount of death and destruction and
I mean, I think Fuentes also would like things destroyed too, or
do you think who would be more likely to push the button in front of them that says destroy the United States federal government today? Hassan or Fuentes? Who would be more quickly slamming that button?
Destroy the federal government. Fuentes might do that in favor
They would both do it.
states'
Who would
rights.
do it more quickly? Who would say, maybe I can try and use the current apparatus to achieve my goals, or can I just slam this button right now?
I mean, to be honest with you, I feel
Hassan would
like
probably be corrupt. Yeah.
I
Hassan.
feel like no,
No,
I
Hassan
don't know
would
if
try to
either of
corrupt
them.
the federal government rather than destroy it. It will use it for its own means.
Oh yeah, no, Hassan would try to do a bunch of shit that he talks about. Like he would want to institute an arms embargo against Israel, for example, because he's fucking obsessed with that shit. And then he would like I don't know, maybe he might try to do some of the shit. The problem that I have with this whole hypothetical, and curse Pisco for being the one to like come up with this dumb shit, is the fact that I don't even know what you mean when you say who would you rather vote for, Hassan or Fuentes? Are we talking about Hassan or Fuentes in the confines of the American system? Because I don't know if either of them would be able to get much done. And I think that Fuentes would probably be able to do more harm because he would try to enact his social conservative agenda. Whereas Hassan would probably not be able to get like anything done. Hassan getting elected would be like Bernie Sanders getting elected, except he'd do a bunch of really bad executive orders. That would probably and like his foreign
He would
policy would
also
be
like
absolute
arrest
cancer.
everyone that it is like. He would be Trump on steroids. He would arrest everyone that ever spoke ill of him.
Oh, I mean, Hassan might do that. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah, he will.
because
He
he's
will
such
just
a.
indictments going off. Like, yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. Okay, where was it? What was it? This was December 15th. God damn. Okay. Trump, President Trump participates in a Mexican border defense medal presentation. President Trump just declared fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. Wait, is there not a longer video of this? Oh wait, is this it? President Trump participates in a bill signing ceremony. Is this the one you're talking about? Short stack. It's got with a bunch of it's got all these dudes with the hats.
Oh, yeah, I think that's it. Is it not the executive order?
It's a
Maybe
bill
I
signing
misremembered.
ceremony.
Well, this is very exciting. This was one of the greatest moments in the history
I
of
think
U.S.
this might
sports.
be
I
it.
would
Yes.
say.
Was
Wait,
this
he's
in
actually
any way
signing a
related?
bill?
I wouldn't say maybe for other countries you weren't so thrilled for U.S. sports, and we have a very exciting team of champions standing behind me. Mr. Attorney, could you read what we're doing right now? And
Yes,
get
sir.
it done.
This is H.R. 452, the Miracle on Ice bill. The United States Congress has authorized 3 medals to be struck commemorating the historic victory of the United States men's hockey team in 1980 at the Lake Placid Olympics, where they obviously defeated the Russians in the Soviet Union, in the famous Miracle on Ice hockey game. This will serve as a fitting commemoration.
Oh, okay. This has nothing to do with Venezuela. Your memory you just sent us on this wild goose chase so we could learn
I don't
that
know.
this
Maybe
was
it's in the same day. Okay, maybe it's in
no
the
this
okay, maybe.
no
I'm
it's
sorry.
not.
I'm sorry.
It was December 15th, and all the guys that are standing around during this are these guys are all wearing these hats.
Of that incredible achievement, and will hopefully.
I'm here representing my dad, Mark Pavlich. I'm so honored to be here. I'm at a loss for words, to be honest. Like,
To be here.
I do have a
It's an
memory,
honor to be a
but
teammate
it
of
looks
this
like
group.
it might be the same guys.
I mean, it has to be because these guys are all wearing these white hats, and there's not anything else here.
Yeah. So what else happened that day?
Nothing, I don't think. That was literally the only thing. December 12th was when that was. Trump and then like there's Trump participates in a signing ceremony, but this is with different people, and there's none of these guys have white hats. Like, it's not what you described. I don't think that it would have all been streamed. Trump participates in a signing ceremony. Oh no, this is December 11th. So that's not even this. It was just posted on December 12th. Yeah, there isn't another one. Sorry.
God damn it. Look, my QAnon brain tells me it's true.
It doesn't seem to be. Sorry, buddy. Like, this is,
That never stopped the QAnon people.
of course not.
That's why today I'm taking one more step to protect Americans from the scourge of deadly fentanyl.
Scourge? The scourge?
I didn't bet real money. I only betted on manifold that the US would attack a ground attack on Venezuela before the end of the year, and I was not expecting to win it in 3 days. I should have bet real money on that.
Damn. Yeah, Mr. Miser, yes, we have heard about Venezuela. That's basically all we've been talking about for the entirety of this stream. And I am thinking of ending soon because my feet hurt so much. But also, the scourge. Okay, Trump.
Fentanyl flooding into our country. With this historic executive order I will sign today, we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction.
which is what it is. No bomb does what this is doing. 200 to 300,000 people die every year that we know of. So we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of
Where is
mass.
George W. today?
What'd you say?
Where is Georgie today? What's he doing?
Georgie?
Yeah, good old Georgie.
Oh, I don't even know what you are referring to.
George W.
Oh, George W. Bush.
Bush.
Oh,
Best,
okay.
best,
Yes.
best painter in the United States.
Isn't he like retired now?
Of course.
What else was he gonna do? Do you guys actually pay your presidents past their term? We do.
They get a pension, and they also typically receive Secret Service protection, as well as most of them are allowed to retain access to daily presidential briefings on national security. That's what HW did, while also traveling like to Saudi Arabia every week. And it's curious how the Saudis directed their investment based on the visits of HW.
Can we recognize cigarettes as WMDs, cancer and all? Hey, you know what? I feel like the cigarettes
Oh,
thing
I
is
mean-
probably.
That would be a good way of justifying invading Cuba.
Oh yeah, that's true. You could because
For the cigars.
cigars.
Yeah.
Yes. Lannis, do you think it's a net negative or net I mean, I think it's probably a net negative because these people are idiots and they're just gonna fuck it up. Like it's just gonna be like a disaster.
You should be real careful, Project Pax. You should be real careful shit talking my boy Truman.
Oh no.
Or as he liked to call himself, Cyrus. I mean, to me, all of the legal arguments from the Trump administration are ripped straight from the philosophy of "thank you for smoking." It's like you can win any argument as long as you don't actually answer the question. Is Vermont, clogging the nation's arteries with Vermont cheddar cheese because high cholesterol is the #1 cause of death in the United States or whatever? Fucking cardiovascular disease.
Yeah.
I need to watch that movie. I've never watched it, but I've seen clips.
I should watch that too. That's another. I got a lot of movies I need to watch. And also chat where I still want to do that movie night thing or that movie watch parties in the Discord, so I can show all of you all the depressing movies, all the Holocaust films that I've got. Israel calls Trump Cyrus apparently. Ha!
They do not. They do not.
That's the
Show me what people are calling Trump Cyrus. I will.
I mean, unfortunately, people in Israel do love Trump a lot, especially because of the hostage thing.
But when you say Israel, you're either talking about the government or some substantial portion of the population, not just any old fucker on Twitter. Because I will make it another 6 million if that's true.
We disavow.
I think if you go into the West Bank, you can count all of them. So that's like 750,000.
It's
Oh,
wait,
fuck.
Bomber, why do you say they? Do you not love Trump as an Israeli? In the speeches in the Knesset after the ceasefire. Wait, really? They were calling him that? There are groups that left him and put up giant signs calling him that. Some of the speakers were comparing him to Cyrus. Okay. Making federal architectures beautiful. Like, okay, I have to stop looking at these. Jesus Christ. People here love him because his policy is actually okay in terms of Israel. I mean, it depends on who you ask, Lannis. It depends on who you ask. Personally, I think Trump's policy is, in the long run, harmful to Israel because I think enabling the Israeli right wing is harmful to Israel.
Yeah, he's beneficial to greater Israel, not Israel proper.
Yeah.
By that I mean obviously your religious fundamentalist, hardcore right winger, Likudite savages who want to blow everything up around them, or bait others into trying to blow them up so then they can blow them up. We can forgive you for attacking us, but we cannot forgive you for the things you forced us to do to you after you attacked us.
Oh, yeah. All right, wait, hold on. Here we go. Trump is the King Cyrus of our time. How one peace leader opened the door to Middle East peace opinion. Oh, it's from the fucking Jerusalem Post. Wait, is this a Cyrus the Great is alive? Is this a real? Look on my stream, SDA.
I'm looking. I'm waiting for it to catch up.
Okay.
Doesn't look real, but maybe.
The Jerusalem Post?
Yes,
The
it's
image
hit or
doesn't look
miss.
real.
No, it does not look real. Look at the intersection between the fucking
Yeah, I
banner and the
know.
window.
It's yeah.
It clips over the balconies on top while it's up against the wall on the right. That's fake as fuck.
It says National Billboard Campaign credit. Oh, okay. Maybe this is like a proposed thing that, or like the person who wrote this opinion sent this in. I don't know. There are also coins comparing them. Really? Jesus Christ. Okay.
Trump would hate Cyrus because Cyrus was an actual, like, intelligent, influential, foundational figure in the Western world. And Middle Eastern, whatever you want to say, but, you know. Probably the number 2 most influential individual of all time.
Likud political body is a mess to pin down politically. They're all over the right spectrum collectively. Well, yeah, but yeah.
Like, just look how flat that billboard looks. It's not a billboard. It just there's no way that's a real picture. The billboard might be real, but that picture looks fake as fuck.
Oh God. All right, Lannis, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up? So, first of all, I agree about Cyrus the Great. He was truly great. But about like Trump's policy on Israel, like objectively, if you look at not at the bullshit like the first term division plan for 2 states or some crazy shit that didn't go, or like the Gaza Riviera, which he I think used as a negotiating tool. If you look at his, for example, 20-point plan for disarming Hamas and for the whole ceasefire, it's actually a good plan if it goes through.
That's a big fucking if, ain't it?
Yeah.
Hamas already said that they're not disarming, so
Of
it's
course, I agree. I agree that it's a big if, but in
All stick,
basis,
no
it's a
carrot.
good plan, and we can talk about decisions when papers are signed, and this is a signed
You
paper.
you can have a good theoretical plan all you want, but if the plan never comes to fruition in its own right, and you have to use the stick to get it all the way through, it's not really a good plan. Like, sure, if Hamas tomorrow suddenly signs it, drops all their arms, surrenders, leaves the country, yeah, sure, great plan, but we know that's not going to happen. So why is it a good plan?
Also, my issue about the other. Sorry, hold on. Can I just the issue that I have with the plan as well too is that and this is the real issue is that like all it does is pay. It's anything in there about a Palestinian state is just virtue signaling about it. And Bibi basically said that that part's not going to happen anyway, because there was no way that Trump would have been able to get him to agree to it if there was anything concrete in there about the Palestinian state. So it just seems like it's kind of, I don't know, like there was so much
Lip
shit in
service.
there that was vague with
What
regards
you
to
want
like,
to say is lip service.
hmm?
What you mean is basically you say that the Palestinian state plan is a lip service there.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yes, yes, it is. But the thing is that I don't think that Trump is ever actually going to, or he would ever actually do anything to try to like make that come to fruition, given that you saw his incredibly shitty peace plan from the first term, where the West Bank basically gets like becomes like a bunch of tiny, like it's basically the garbage Emirati plan essentially, where it's like this, I think Loner refers to as a leopard print. Like I've seen the map, it's really dumb. Because and Israel just doesn't have to give anything up, basically, is the thing.
I
But
understand.
like,
Yeah. But okay. Continue, please. I'm interrupting.
oh well, the thing is like the problem is that so much that plan relies on stuff like Hamas disarming. And in some ways, at least for a little while, it actually felt like Trump was in denial about the fact that Hamas wasn't going to disarm. But I guess that like Bibi must have talked to him and told him, hey, these guys are not disarming. And now Trump's on board with like Israel going back in there, I guess, in order to hit them, which means that he didn't actually bring peace to the Middle East. And also, I think it's so ridiculously soy that he says that his plan brought peace to the Middle East or something.
Yeah, he's very bombastic. He's very bombastic with his claims.
Yeah, like I
Sure,
mean,
I
sure, I
agree.
guess it's like kind of quote unquote good for Israel, but I also really don't want or like I mean, there's also some worry too about like if the extent to which they might attempt to deport Gazan people or like coerce them into leaving or any of that stuff. But yeah, like as of
It's
yet,
cringe. I agree.
I don't know if they're
I don't want
actually
to
gonna
anyone.
if
I don't want anyone to be coerced to leave. It's cringe. I agree with these parts. I think that people who want to leave should be allowed.
yeah, but it shouldn't be
But
like a weird thing where it's like where Israel says, okay, we'll fly you out to Somaliland or wherever the fuck. It should be just Egypt opens the Rafah crossing, and if people want to leave, they should be allowed to leave, and they can go
yeah,
wherever the fuck they
exactly.
are able to go, not
Isn't this the
whatever.
spirit?
Yeah.
Isn't this the spirit of the 20 points plan? Is it included in the 20 points plan? Thank you.
I mean, I don't know that I don't remember the 20-point plan really saying anything about people being allowed to leave. Although I do think the border crossings do have to be reopened and stuff. But it just there was so
Yeah.
much. It was just kind of vague, and it feels like it's never going to move beyond like the first phase.
Yeah, I understand that you point out that Hamas is not disarming and everything is basically sad because of this. And then what I feel is weird is that, like, in theory, we all can agree that if Hamas would disarm, it would be good, right?
Yeah, except for the
It would be
or
positive.
the issues that I have about the Palestinian state part. Sure, I guess the problem is though is that again, like that's obviously
Yeah,
a big
but
if,
the
and I don't know
Palestinian
if
state,
that's gonna happen.
a Palestinian state is not something that you can, ensure in a ceasefire agreement, because it involves Israeli decisions
Yeah,
to
I
to
know, but
agree.
the
It's
problem
it's an
is,
internal Israeli. It's just like you cannot fully make an agreement between Ukraine and Russia, for example, on giving up Crimea, because this thing should go through referendum or legislative decision in Ukraine. You agree with me? This is a problem with these frameworks of bilateral or multilateral agreements, that some of the parts in this agreement are dependent and contingent on an internal politic body of the state deciding something.
Yeah, but the issue is that, like, the current ruling party, and more importantly, the coalition that backs the current ruling party, the devils that Netanyahu made a deal with, they don't want a Palestinian state ever. And Netanyahu is
Yeah,
also
there's
opposed to
election.
one.
There's
And
election
that,
in the end of this year.
yeah, I know, but I don't even know if that'll, like, it just, even if the Israeli public doesn't necessarily want a Palestinian state right now, I feel like if Israel's like stance was, hey, we'll negotiate if there's someone to negotiate with, that'd be great. But like, it's not. Their stance is just,
Yeah.
no, you can't have it, and we're gonna actively like obstruct any possibility of you having it. And it's
I-
like
I
shitty,
think-
and also
I think
trying to
there's
cut
a-
the
there's
PA out
not a-
of the whole thing too.
Well, the
Sorry.
PA is not cut out of the PA is not completely cut out of cooperation with Israel, because we still have the security cooperations and
Yeah,
you know,
but
basically
I mean, their involvement in Gaza is what I'm saying. I feel like Netanyahu doesn't want the PA to do anything there. And also, like, they're strangling them too. Like, they took all their money and it looks like they're not going to give it back. Or at least I think that was Smotrich's doing, which
Yeah.
is not particularly helpful. Like, I understand there are things that you guys want the PA
Israel
to
collects
do,
the
but
taxes.
it's
But to,
Yeah, Israel collects the taxes and they didn't release them for the PA.
yeah,
yeah, but
which they
to go back, because we're trying to, like, the argument is whether or not Trump's 20-point plan is good or not. So this is a peace plan in which both Israel does not plan to keep some points of the plan, and Hamas doesn't plan to keep some points of the plan. So this is not so this is why it's not a good peace. Kalinda, we can write a wish list of, if everyone does what we want, peace will be achieved. But that's not a successful peace plan, because it's our wishes. Trump just published a wish list that no one wants to keep.
Well, you can say he published a wish list that nobody wants to get, but on the other hand, you can say every agreement requires compromise. The Israeli compromise is that, you know, whatever is in this 20-point peace plan, a roadmap for the Palestinian state, and the Hamas compromise is to disarm.
That doesn't sound like a compromise on the side of the Israelis. That's just saying we're compromising by, like, allowing you to have the state that you were kind of promised or agreed upon. Like, basically, they're saying our compromise is letting you, like, have some kind of state, period, and
Wait
like
a
not
second.
just taking over your land, exiling your people. Or
Sure, if I have a shotgun up to your balls and I say, well, if you do this, I won't shoot you, although I really want to shoot you in the balls, it's a compromise on my behalf, not shooting you in the balls.
what are you compromising on? Not expending ammunition?
No, not fulfilling my
The end
desire.
result is the
shooting
same.
in
You
the balls.
lose your land, you lose your family, you know.
It's the thing is, though, is that the Palestinian state part in the 20-point plan is not even, like, it's literally just an agreement to in the future negotiate for, or to maybe do a Palestinian state. Like, it is a virtue signal and nothing more, because there is no timetable or anything concrete in there.
It's like, do what I say, and maybe I don't shoot your balls off. Not, I won't shoot your balls off if you do what I say.
Sure, let's change the dynamic. I'm actively saying that I will shoot your balls, and I'm compromising on negotiating with you not to shoot your balls. You know, there's a power dynamic here. There's a stronger side which wins the war. There's a weaker side which loses territory.
I mean, the thing is, though, is
to compromise.
The thing, yeah, but, like, realistically speaking, whether Israel wins the war or not doesn't necessarily matter in the long run, because the conflict will continue is the problem. The problem is Israel winning the war, like, that doesn't mean that the that the conflict is over because the Palestinians are still there. Now, if you want to just talk about Hamas, then that's a separate thing. Obviously, I think that Hamas should leave because yes, they did lose, but they're not, and also because they're not good for the Palestinians, and all they're doing is making everything worse. But like the issue with the 20-point plan is that the main thing that it accomplished, and you know what, if you want to like, I guess to some degree give Trump some credit for that, is the fact that like all the hostages got released, which I think was surprising. I don't think anybody expected that Hamas was going to do that, that they were going to say that.
I also want to bet on that. Double Trump.
And the active fighting stopped.
What?
People die. Come on, less people die.
No, I didn't hear what you said.
Less people died. The active like armed, the major active armed conflict was. Minimized.
It's a big thing.
Things are still going on.
Come on. Yeah, of course the things are still going on. Because
well, yeah, that's all ceasefires though. That's not.
Yeah, but the problem.
Ceasefire,
the problem though is that Yes, it is good, but the problem is that we still have two sides here that have irreconcilable differences, and that is Israel wants Hamas to leave, and Hamas doesn't want to leave. And unless Trump can like figure out a way to make Hamas leave, then without like Israel starting the war up again, it hasn't really succeeded, and it looks like Israel's gonna start the war up again.
No, I don't think Israel will start the war. If I had to bet, what would come out of this 20 points plan, in case Hamas doesn't actually disarm, just Israel will stay on the yellow line. That's it. This would be the new status quo.
Okay, well, I mean, that's still super, like, that's not great. It's just like, okay, yay, less people
It's unpleasant for
but
and also in the 20 points plan there is like the Israeli held Gaza side should be reconstructed and rebuilt.
Yeah, potentially, assuming that happens, assuming that the Israelis are gonna like
trying to get Palestinians to cross from the Hamas held side to the Israeli held side, which would be reconstructed.
Yeah, but like right now, that's not what's happening. Right now, any Palestinian that crosses into the Israeli held side gets shot.
Yeah, of course, because they just randomly cross. Of course, yeah, it's a.
Well, I mean, I don't even know that. Yeah, but that's shitty because I don't even know if any of them even know where the actual line is, or if there is because it's not like the IDF put up a fence. But I mean, the problem though.
Yellow colored boulders. I don't know. Maybe it's not demarked very well.
Yeah, no, it's not, which is not great because then like just random people accidentally cross over and then they get shot. But that's like setting that aside for now. What I'm saying though is that means that the peace hasn't actually been accomplished, right? Like nothing has really come of it.
Of course, peace was not accomplished, and I agreed with you that his bombastic, claims.
Well, no, it's not even just that. It's
bombastic claims.
It's also the fact that they will, basically the plan is never gonna proceed past like the first part of it. Unless maybe they manage to, but I mean, it's possible that they might be able to, but it's only going to be in those specific parts of Gaza, which is kind of cucked, and there's a whole bunch of issues with that. And I don't know whether or not the Israelis are necessarily going to want to do that. Because it's like the job's halfway done, and that means that Hamas still holds part of Gaza, which means that in X number of years, they might try some shit again. Which kind of doesn't really solve the problem, is what I'm saying, Which, I mean, we know, I don't think Bibi cares. I think he desperately wishes that he could return to some sort of status quo, because he doesn't actually want to, like, take any risks, apparently. Or at least according to what people have told. Yeah. Oh, bye. Okay. Yep. Have fun. Bye. Yeah. I don't know, Lennis.
He doesn't want to take political risks, of course. Yeah, and listen, I can see a scenario. Let me be a dreamer. The yellow line stands, Hamas doesn't disarm, and then Israel, with the help of the international community, starts clearing and rebuilding the Israeli-held part of Gaza, and then starts filtering civilians through checkpoints into the Israeli-held Gaza, where there is infrastructure, there's education by Palestinians, by Arabs, not Israeli teaching them or something like this. And they have a better life there.
So
And
listen,
then slowly but surely, everyone is moving out of the Hamas-held territory. And then Israel goes in, clears Hamas, and all of Gaza. Don't you think it's
so
a possible
oh
scenario?
no, I think that would be great, but here's the problem with that, and this is the thing that this is part of why I don't know that this would ever happen, and partly because it's the same arguments that I heard against Israel setting up some sort of humanitarian zone or whatever, which is like inside the Negev or some shit, or not the Negev, like I guess in the Sinai or maybe in the Negev. I'm trying to think of the geography here now. Or no, it wouldn't be in the Negev, but like in somewhere in Israel,
Sinai
basically.
is not Israeli. In the Negev.
Yeah,
In the
okay.
Negev.
Yeah, I know the Sinai
Negev
is
is
Egyptian, so the
western.
Egyptian would have to agree.
Negev is the eastern to Gaza territory, yes.
Yeah, but in any case, the reason why a lot of the time, like nobody would have wanted that was for security shit. So now you're talking about civilians being able to cross over into the Israeli held portion of Gaza. So how are they going to ensure that none of those civilians are secretly Hamas?
You have checkpoints. You'll have some of them which are Hamas. Some of them will suicide bomb in this checkpoint. Some soldiers will be expended on this. But this is a good mission. And then, after you filter them well enough, you have Israeli army control, just like in the West Bank, but in Gaza, in the Israeli held 57% of Gaza. And you have rebuilt schools and rebuilt refugee camps or whatever for Gazans which were internally displaced in Gaza.
Okay, what happens when five Hamas people that Israeli intelligence don't have not identified as Hamas people just cross without any weapons? You consider them civilian. There's some cash on the Israeli portion that you haven't found yet. They dig it out, take some
Yeah,
rockets.
they do
And shoot
terror
them.
like they do in the West Bank, like they do everywhere else. Yeah.
Yes. So how is this different? How
There
is
are
this solution
sure,
different?
sure. Let me tell you. In the West Bank, you have pockets of Hamas. They have caches. They have smuggled weapons. It happens, And Israel comes in, clears them out, goes out. That's it. Very easy. Occupation is shitty. I know. Yeah, this is like an occupation, but this is
Yeah,
already
it
happening in the
would
West
be
Bank.
like that again, but then it would be so basically it would be we're back to pre 2005, except without the settlers. Except would we be without the settlers? Because you just know that Daniela Weiss and her gaggle of crazies are going to try and do something.
Oh, she already said something
Sure.
about it.
Can I jump in here?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Addie. I was just going to ask about that. Or about what you thought
Okay,
about
so
this.
just a
Go
few
ahead.
clarifications. First of all, they're already rebuilding a section of Rafah as like a test pilot that will be like opened up to Gazan civilians. So like that's already underway. That's on the Israeli side currently, like over the Green Line. They're already like in areas that have been fully cleared. They're starting to clear out the rebel, and then they're going to start rebuilding there. In what it would be supposedly Hamas-free havens for Gazans. They're also supposed to be opening the Rafah border crossing in both directions, I believe, this coming week. Bibi promised Trump that he would do that while he was in Mar-a-Lago. So that's good. There will not be settlements in Gaza because no American administration will allow it to happen.
Hopefully not, yeah.
No, they won't. If Trump isn't letting them, who the fuck will?
Oh yeah, no, you're right. I know that Trump said that he wouldn't let them. I'm always a little bit yeah. I mean, when I was saying about like settlements in Gaza.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead. Oh, when I was saying about settlements in Gaza, I meant like that there might be people who might try to do it, not necessarily that the government is officially going to approve of it. But I guess like hopefully the
Yeah.
IDF will stop them in the same way that they did before when they like kicked the shit out of those people who tried to
Yeah.
like cross over the wall. Yeah.
That's the thing. If they wanted to, like they always can stop them. And we've seen that proven because when people have tried to go into Syria and Lebanon and into Gaza and into the Sinai and it wasn't allowed, they just brought them right back with no problems. And the US administration, whichever one it is, will give them so much shit that they just won't let it happen. They're already like behind closed doors getting so much trouble for what's going on in the West Bank, which rightfully so, and they obviously should be doing more.
You're even,
But
Adi, can I say something? You're even going too far for the examples of people going into Lebanon or Syria. The IDF knows how to stop settlers in the West Bank very well.
yeah,
Very,
I was just giving
there,
proof.
if they, yeah,
They
if
could do it. They could do it everywhere if they wanted to. They just don't want to in the West Bank.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. I was just trying
Okay,
to give an
no.
example of when they were successful at doing it.
That's fair. Although, what about the thing about the civilians like crossing over from Hamas-controlled Gaza to like the Israel-controlled part of Gaza? Like, isn't there like a risk there that might prevent that from happening? Since right now, yeah,
there is. Ultimately, I don't think there's a way to like select for people who aren't in Hamas or like willing to reconstitute Hamas in a new place. At least we'll know in this new area that it's not there aren't tunnels and they're not like going back to like a set up infrastructure, and maybe they'll have more ways to tell if things are starting to get built up earlier. But ultimately, if you refuse for 2 years to create an alternative, and there's no incentive on either side of this conflict to really move towards a more peaceful, functional resolution, then people are going to keep going back to what they know. Like that's.
I disagree with about another way of selecting.
Jesus, Lannis, what the fuck is going on with your mic?
I'm sorry.
We can't. You sound like you're. Are you in the tunnels right now?
I did see one really racist joke about Mamdani swearing in a tunnel.
Oh God.
Is it better?
Yes. Keep talking.
Yeah, so I wanted to say, Ali, that I kind of disagree. That Israel has no way of selecting the civilians who can actually cross into the pilot area or the Israeli held area. We already do this when we allow for work permits.
Yeah, but it's not a perfect system.
We know it's not. Of course, it's not perfect. Nothing is perfect.
So that's what I'm saying. There's no way to perfectly isolate. Like that's all. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, there's no way of perfectly isolating. It's an efficient way that this practice can, isolate up to a very good approximation.
I didn't hear most of what you said. I'm sorry. But I don't think we're disagreeing. Vanilovan, did you mean a crackdown on the West Bank would have a problem with soldiers disobeying? I'm just curious what you meant about that, but I don't. I don't know. I don't think it would be as big of an issue, especially because it's not just the it's not just the army, it's also like other law enforcement agencies and also just like the legal system and stuff like that would have to be involved. It's not purely a matter of brute force at this point. It's more about like wanting to care and the fact that they know that they don't. But that's just that whole story. But yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify those things that like phase 2 is apparently going to be starting soon. It's not going to be conditioned on the return of the last hostage, and
They're still
Trump
dragging
and
their
his
feet.
administration are dead set. Well,
they're still dragging their feet on finding his body, eh? They still haven't, like, they just haven't done it. The last hostage.
Yeah, it seems like there are really big efforts underway. It's hard to know because it's a lot of like intel that like obviously isn't going to be told to the public until things are resolved, but like there seems to be both an acknowledgement that finding him would take a couple of days and an Israeli insistence that it could be done within a few days and it not happening, but not people aren't like I don't know. It's really hard to figure out exactly what's happening there.
Oh.
But like it seems to not necessarily be entirely anyone's fault.
Oh, okay. So Hamas might not be dragging their feet on purpose. They may have actually. I mean, I guess that does make sense because there are a whole bunch of groups that and different people,
Yeah.
and it's
He
not like
was
they.
with.
Yeah.
He was taken by PIJ, and Israel passed along a list of PIJ members that would know exactly where his body is, and they also maybe arrested somebody in Gaza recently related to that, but unclear. Basically.
Well, yeah. I mean, all right. So you think they are actually going to start? I mean, I guess like obviously Trump is incredibly eager to not. So it looks like Bibi's just not. Israel's not going to go in there and get rid of the rest of Hamas. Then
no.
Okay.
Israel's not going back in anywhere. I actually don't think Israel's going into any sort of combat anytime soon. I think that the drumming up of potential war is like electioneering, with the exception of potentially maybe with Lebanon, because nobody seems to give a fuck about what Israel does in Lebanon. And Hezbollah is rearming faster than they're being disarmed, so that's not great. But I don't think anything's happening with Iran. Yeah. But I would be surprised, honestly, but of the potential upcoming conflicts, it's the most believable one to me.
Oh yeah, well I know that I remember that they were having trouble as well with that, with the with them rearming, with Hezbollah rearming, and because that the Lebanese government, as much as they obviously want to get rid of Hezbollah, they also are kind of like cooked because of the because
Not
of
wanting a
like
civil war.
people's and people's like the number of people who support Hezbollah and all that. So yeah,
Even the
it's kind
number
of
of the people in the military that have like half the families in the military and the other half is in Hezbollah. Like it's yeah, not great.
yeah. Aw. Hello, Mr. Cat.
What about Syria? I think that Bibi is being bossed around by Trump about Syria as well. I think he would want to do more. I don't know exactly what's going on there. From the very beginning of the whole Syria thing, I felt like there's a lot of intel and a lot of details that are happening like below the surface that like we don't really know about that would inform why certain moves are being made and whether they make sense or not. I just have the most question marks about it. Especially because of the timing and like the lack of Israeli like the desperate need for manpower, but yet like the sending so much of that to that area, like it is confusing, and I don't really know what's going on there, and I
It's
don't think we're gonna know
also
until like something gets published in like 10 years by someone.
it's also underreported how deep the Israeli army is into Syria. It's like I saw some news like open source intelligence news say like Israel conducts a raid in western
Yeah,
Damascus. Yeah,
like I
western
have
Damascus.
family that was
Okay.
there.
Yeah. And you hear from people who are there, they say, yeah, we're having raids, we're having like
Yeah,
incursions, we're having this and that, and all sorts of activity stuff in there, which is not
yeah, it
reported
doesn't add
anywhere,
up.
basically. Even very rarely reported in the open source intelligence
Yeah, it's
community.
very weird, the whole thing, and I just have a lot of questions, and I don't really think it's going to be something that we're going to know for quite a while, but I don't think anything's happening with Iran anytime soon, and I'm very confident that nothing's happening in Gaza anytime soon. So unless Egypt or Jordan decide to start shit, I think we should be good.
I'm sorry, Egypt is in full violation of the ceasefire since years ago.
I was joking mostly. We're not going to war with either of
Well,
them.
it's not a joke, you know. They are exceeding the number of the quality and quantity of forces they're allowed to have in sync.
Yeah, it's all
They had
Qatari
the
misinformation.
they had the reason because they were fighting ISIS, but then they asked Naftali Bennett to allow Israelis to go for tourism in Sinai because there's like this travel warnings. They pressured them to remove it. But if you're pressuring the Naftali Bennett to remove the travel warning, then you're done with the ISIS incident, right? Why do you leave the tanks there? They have
Listen,
divisions of tanks
I don't know what to
in
tell you. We're
Sinai.
not going to war with Egypt. It ain't gonna happen.
I don't think
It's a wishful
anybody,
thinking. Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be so sure.
I don't think
Gary,
Egypt wants that either.
Yeah,
At
they
least,
don't. I'm
yeah,
very
like,
confident about it.
I mean, I don't even think the Egyptian people want to go to war with Israel as much as they might hate Israel. Nobody wants to actually go
War
to
sucks.
war.
Nobody
Yeah.
wants to go to war, period, except apparently like Americans on college campuses that are just like dreaming of being in a war zone. Um, for the rest of the
Well,
world,
American boomers as well.
yeah. What is it with Americans and wanting to be in a war? For God's
I
sake,
mean,
it's literally the worst.
they didn't never had the real one. They just go to other
Yeah.
places, so
Listen,
they
they
don't
played a
know
lot
what
of
it's like
Call of
to
Duty
be.
and they were like, this is
Yeah,
based. I too
but
can be a badass.
their
Until you
wars have
can't
never
sign
been on
out
their
and
own
go to sleep.
soil.
That's true. It's just so funny. But even like they're kind of jonesing for like a civil war, which like that was on their own soil. I guess it was too long ago. They don't remember.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I'm fine
Well,
with that.
there are
It
people on the
solves our
right
problem.
who are jonesing for a civil war, yeah, but I don't know if that'll
What's on the left?
materialize. Yeah, some people on the left too, sure. Although honestly, right now, I don't know if that would be a great idea because the right-wing militias
The
are.
left just was.
Yeah,
Yes.
no.
Anyone who's talking about tearing down institutions is so dumb.
True.
That makes me so angry. Like even a shitty institution is better than none.
Yeah. Did they bring Maduro in on a nice airplane or?
He was on a ship or a boat or something, they said.
Iwo Jima.
Oh yeah, he was, but they must have put him on a plane then. Because the plane has landed in New York.
Everybody in Israel was making fun of his pajamas.
Oh,
What?
Addy, since you're here, do you know why the fuck Israel
Yes.
recognized Somaliland?
Oh yeah, we were talking about
probably
this.
just because of access to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and potential future conflicts with Yemen.
Oh, okay. I see. So
Just
they
Just good to have
geographical
friends in that
reasons.
area.
Yeah, okay, that's
I still
They're
fair.
think
not sending Gazans there,
Israel.
if that's what you're wondering.
Oh,
They
yeah,
literally deliberately had to agree to not do that in the 20-point plan. So
yeah, and also, but
I
yeah, I
still
know
think Israel is just the
Somaliland
first to.
said
Yeah,
no.
I think Israel is going to be
What?
the first in like 10 or 12. I
Oh,
think
that's
That's what
there's
they
right.
an
keep
agreement.
saying, but
Yeah, there's an
I don't believe it
agreement
when I see it.
organized by the UAE about this.
Yeah, I guess. Literally the
And
day that they recognized each other, the like Channel 12 already had reporters there that have been like reporting from there and kind of doing the tourism thing. It's really funny. But yeah,
Maduro was
that's
wearing an
it.
expensive Nike tracksuit. Of course he was. He's probably worth millions of dollars. Anyway, yeah, so that was why. Yeah, all right. So it's that I mean, I guess they're not going to put military bases though, because Somaliland also said that wasn't going to be a
No.
thing either.
I don't think it's about like building a base. I think it's just about having like friendly countries in the area for like airspace, or if you need like a staging, like just because this is the first time we've really had a conflict with the Houthis, because why in the fuck are they messing with us? I don't know still, but it's like really far away and random. So having allies in the area is just helpful.
Oh, it's because it wins them points at home, and
Oh,
also
yeah.
because Iran told them to or something. I guess I don't know if Iran actually
Mostly
told them
because
to,
then
but
nobody pays attention to how bad they are at governing. But
yeah.
regardless, like it was just so random. Like from day one of this war, it's been just like everyone in Israel refuses to take them seriously. But like ultimately, it's probably going to be like if there has been conflict with them, there probably will be more conflict with them, and so it is wise to plan ahead.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Javier Rete Gore has like a little 20-minute video on it.
Oh, right, yeah. I think I saw that. I did not watch it, but okay, yeah. Maybe he goes into. I don't know if he goes into the history or whatever. I mean, I already did. I need
Just a little
to
bit.
release that segment that I did on Somaliland, though. So,
yeah, that was a good one. It's yeah, he just like shits on the West a bit and then explains it and then says like, "This is why." That's it.
But it's also a Muslim country which Israel has good relations with, and it's always good to have someone like this.
Yeah.
The
I think
more
it's funny how mad people got, like in the West, like the pro-Palestine left, who normally talk about self-determination being awesome.
That's what he's talking about in the like the 20-minute clip, and it's really funny, and how like the West is so dumb, and like their anger at this is like the epitome of why. The epitome of the problem with the West and how it like
the
views
epitome why no one in Israel
diplomacy.
takes them seriously.
Oh, yeah, of course. Wait. Oh,
Well, right,
the
like he's
epitome
basically
of.
saying how like.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry. No, he was just saying how like whatever. He'll do a better job explaining it than I will. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just going to say, Maduro is going to the same jail Epstein was in, is what Chase is saying in chat. Is that what they're saying? They said he's going to a federal facility in Brooklyn.
Is that the one
He's
with the
going
Mossad
to-
guy and Hillary Clinton?
That he's gonna listen. Tomorrow we're all gonna hear about how Maduro killed himself in his jail cell.
And then we'll have recordings with missing parts.
Anything to distract from the Epstein files.
Yes. Exactly. Well, I mean, I obviously, and then of course Candace will start talking about how this was Israel's doing, because again, they want to distract from the Epstein files and about how Epstein was a Mossad asset or something. I don't know. Is
I
that
have to say, the fact that this is so untied to Israel is my favorite part of all of this. Like the whole day today, I was like, "Thank fucking God, this has nothing to do with us." And like, you look so delusional trying. Oh, it's so nice. Such a good break.
They will find a way. Don't worry.
They
They
are
will
already
try.
blaming Israel for
Yeah, but they
making
look
Trump
so
doing this.
stupid.
Yeah, but Candace also looks so stupid, but people listen to her.
I'm just
okay?
saying.
Wait,
I have yet to be
no.
convinced.
That I think I mean I don't know I don't know if people do listen to Candace or like seriously listen to her. She's very obviously grifting though. Like she's not being like it's not serious. She's just trying to, her entire career has just been her making money by grifting different positions. What? Okay, wait, hold on. Chase, you've posted fake news. Jeffrey Epstein was imprisoned in the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Lower Manhattan, New York, at the time of his death in 2019. Maduro is going to Brooklyn to a jail there, not Manhattan. So yeah. Otherwise,
They're
that would have been funny, and it kind of sucks that it's not true. But
they're only
yeah.
doing that because they already checked they already to the Mossad out of the Metropolitan, but they still have them in Brooklyn. That's why.
They were there for
Oh.
Shabbos, so it's
Yeah.
Of course, you would have Mossad in Brooklyn. If you'd have Mossad anywhere, it would be Brooklyn.
Oh my God!
True.
I hate myself. On the New Year, I was driving a cousin for 2 hours, and somehow Israel Palestine came up in conversation. And she's 35. She's well educated. She has fucking lived in Egypt for a couple of years. Why did I assume she wasn't a retard? I don't understand.
Let me guess. She has all the
well,
leftist
the rate that
opinions.
Israelis are trying to get Portuguese passports, it's not the
Oh,
craziest argument.
we can't you can't anymore. Like the Sephardic dispensation or whatever we had has just been cancelled.
Oh, really?
I think so,
Huh.
or it's about to be something like this.
A
Been
few
voted
months
on.
ago, there was like lines like down the block and around the corner
Yeah.
for appointments.
But now we hate immigrants, so there's that.
Oh, cool. Okay,
We
it's okay.
we mostly hate
You
Brazilians,
also
but
kicked us out
you
at one
kind of
point.
got caught on the way.
That's fair. That's fair. Wouldn't be the
Wait,
first time.
why were Israelis going to Portugal? Was it friendly towards you, or?
We had a big because of the Inquisition stuff. We made a law a few years ago that all Sephardic Jews would be assumed to have been kicked out. I don't know why, because some of them didn't get kicked out of Portugal, got kicked out of Spain or somewhere else, but we would just give citizenship as wronged people by our state.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. So any Sephardic
And then like
guy.
every third Israeli got a Portuguese passport or tried to.
Yeah.
Nice.
It took a bit, but they had this. It was also like we were trying to be very immigration friendly, so this is why we have an
Right.
immigration boost, and now we have right-wing extremists as a
Too
consequence.
much. Yeah.
And I was just looking.
The
It
circle of
might,
life.
yeah. We have elections in a couple of weeks. I don't think it's gonna pass to we're gonna win the election, but our Trump-like person is gonna probably pass to the second election, second stage. We have that thing that We need 50%, so we have 2 elections, one to select the top 2, and then the other one, I think, is gonna get second place.
All right, that's fun. Seems like the
Well,
trend these days, you know?
he's also like just the softest. Like he had a pet bunny, and there was like a newspaper article about how his pet bunny died. I'm like, why are all these people just the epitome of all the strong men are just the weakest people in the world? Like Trump has like can't fucking stand straight. Lukashenko is insecure about being bald. I guess Putin is okay, but my wannabe dictator just has bunnies as pets and cries because they die. Fuck.
It's almost like they're compensating for something.
Oh,
Can't find
jeez.
anything bad to say about Le Pen.
Wait, hold on.
Tastes
What's
good.
this?
¡Venga por mí! ¡Aquí lo espero en
Yeah, but
Miraflores! ¡No
for
se
those
tarde en
people,
llegar!
that's not a minus. That's a plus.
¡Aquí lo
Fair
espero
enough.
en Miraflores! ¡No se
Migrating
tarde en
system, though.
llegar! ¡Cobarde!
And now, if you don't know, now you know.
Oh my god. Why is this the American government? These people are so cringe. They're just like posting edits on fucking Twitter about is this the
Check out what BB's been posting. He's been posting AI videos recently
Oh Jesus, really?
of him and Trump in like a B-52 bomber flying over Iran.
Oh no. Alright, hold on. Let's see your Twitter, BB.
It might have been on his Instagram. Hold on, let me check.
Oh, yeah, see if you can find it. He went on Newsmax? Of course he did.
He wanted to feel at home, like at Channel 14. So he went on
Is
Fox
Channel-
too. Don't worry.
Oh yeah. Is Channel 14 the only one where he are they the only people that he talks to now? The only
Yeah.
reporters? Oh, of course. Okay.
Oh, here I found it. 1 second.
Hey, Project Pat. That's a Portuguese word. Fuck the Spanish. Spanish is just Portuguese for children. Or Castilian, at least. I'm okay with the Catalan.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad it's on the Times of Israel. It's not the specific.
Times of Israel is just, they have everything. It's amazing.
Oh my god. The Prime Minister's office published this video of Netanyahu and Trump in a B-2 bomber. Oh no. This is
Yes.
so cringe. What the fuck? Okay then. Oh god. On our victory lap, 6 months the caption okay then. I see. See, we're taking a page out of Trump's playbook, or maybe Trump was taking a page out of BB's playbook. I don't know. I don't know anymore.
I don't know and I don't want to know.
Yeah.
But yes, Sarah was left behind in Florida. She's in exile again.
Wait, really? Is BB's having like marriage troubles?
No, but there was a while, there was like 2 months ago. When was it? Maybe like a year or so ago. There was like 2 months where she was banished to Florida, and now he came back without her.
Damn.
So I guess we'll have to see how long that goes on for. But
Okay.
she's in exile with her son, so.
Oh, is that? Do you think that's more to do with some issue between the two of them, or because that she wants to hang out with her son because she never gets to see him because he's in the States?
Well, the rumor is that he's there because he hit Bibi. And so his team was like, if we don't exile him, he's going to be like arrested for like injuring the prime minister. Yeah, it was around around one of his surgeries, his hernia, was it his prostate or something like that? Around that time is when she was there for like 2 months again. And then now and now she just didn't come back again. So it could, if she's just there for like a weekend or so or a week or two, I'd be like, okay, fine, but it could go on for a while and then it'll be weirder.
God damn. That is kind of funny. I am continuously amused by
which I will say only adds on to my theory that people blaming Sarah for everything that he does is just plain misogyny, and like obviously they can control her and he can control her and get rid of her when he needs to and keeps her around when she's convenient. So for all those people who blame her for all the problems in this country, no.
Wait,
That's all.
is she like a political asset to him, or yeah, like does yeah.
Ooh. She's
Does
an
she help
asset
him?
in that he blames her for all the really stupid things he does that he can't really defend on anything other than purely self-interested motives.
Oh, that wait, really? So he actually just does he? That's okay. That's funny.
Like anytime he'll appoint someone who's like painfully, corruptedly unqualified for like a really important job, it'll just be like, oh yeah, like Sarah and Yair were pushing for it. And like the fact that everyone gobbles it up is so stupid because like clearly that's what he wants and he just doesn't want, and everyone's like, oh yeah, because she is crazy. Like you've heard the recordings. She's nuts. But like he uses that.
Well, I haven't heard the recordings,
Yeah,
but I
like he
mean,
surrounds himself by incompetent people who are like flawed so that when they do things that are really fucked up, he can just put it on him. Like all of his employees are like really sketchy and like a little off and a little weird. And so that when they do things like work for Qatar, he has plausible deniability.
God damn.
Okay, I'm gonna go with
Oh.
have a good year, you guys.
Thanks. See you later, short stack. God damn. Okay. Can we hear the crazy recordings? I haven't heard them either. Oh, I mean, they're probably in Hebrew, I'm assuming. Are they in the BB Files documentary? Where does one find these things?
Yeah.
They are?
There are for sure there. One of them John Oliver used recently when he did his thing on BB. The one where she was screaming about how they didn't introduce her the right way. Let me see if I can find. That one had English subtitles.
Oh yeah. Well, the BB Files, I assume, has English subtitles as well too, does it not? I mean,
Yeah. Well, that I actually can only watch it like pirated here because you can't legally watch it here because it has recordings from an ongoing court case. So that's a law. Hold on. It's hard to I can't tell which ones have subtitles or not in
oh, that's fine. I mean, I'm probably not going to watch that right now. Actually, I should go because I'm very hungry, and so's the cat.
That's very fair.
But if you find stuff like that, you should link it in the Discord so that we all can enjoy it. And I do need to watch
Absolutely.
the BB files as well.
But yeah, the BB files will have a whole bunch of it. I remember them doing a good job painting a picture of the characters.
And also, I'm going to watch, yeah, all right. If John Oliver he did do a thing on him recently. I'll have to check that out too.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. Anybody who shits on BB makes me happy. But also, before I go, everybody please make sure to like the stream. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Yes.
And
Like the
subscribe.
stream. And subscribe if you haven't
And
subscribed.
support Patreon if you don't want to be disappointing.
True. Yeah, there's a
I don't
link
make
in
the
the
rules.
description.
Sorry.
Yeah.
There you go,
All right.
guys. Fine.
Yes. Have a good night, Addie. Thank you
Have a
very
good
much.
night. Yes. Have a good one. Bye.
Yep. Bye. All right. All right, chat. The cat is hungry. And listen, Chase, okay, I will probably do that stuff tomorrow because it'll give me some content to do. I don't know if I'm going to stream from this setup or not tomorrow because god damn, my feet hurt. Although maybe I just have to push through it. I'll probably move something in here that I can sit down on though tomorrow as well too for when I'm doing React content. I mean, I don't know if David will actually be here tomorrow, but very possibly. He might be able to talk about it tomorrow, yeah. And that would be cool. So, you know, but yeah, I mean, Mamdani signed a couple of executive orders that I think would be interesting to look at, and also the Hassan stuff too. But I mean, today it was basically about Maduro, which I think is good. No, don't push through it, you'll work your way up. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. You know, so anyway, you guys have a good evening, and I'm gonna go because I need to feed this boy. Oh, he doesn't want to be held anymore. He's like, no, I want you to feed me. Oh, okay, that's good, Toby. I'm glad. Oh, hey, Dante. I'll ask you about that later. I'm YouTube and driving. Good job, Dante. You and David are doing that driving thing. Although actually, Dante, that's not a good job. You should not be doing that. That's not good for you. Do not do that. Anyway, have a good night, guys. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.